as you are getting comfortable and deciding where to sit, I encourage you to take advantage of an opportunity to sit at a table with people that you don't know. And for our incredible public safety professionals, I encourage you to spread out and give everyone the opportunity at benefit to get to know you. We'll get started in about 15 minutes.
let's try to move towards some seats. Find a seat anywhere. I encourage you to sit with somebody you may not already know. We'll have more time to mingle during the lunch hour. Sounds like we're doing a pretty good job mingling so far. All right. Can everybody hear me all right? Or should I yell louder? All right, so real quick, I am one of your MCs today. I am a co-chair of Building Bridges organization. And then there's another MC who is the well-spoken, successful leader in our community, Caprice Massey. So give her a hand. So you have a well-spoken, successful leader, and then you have me. So, no, but I am one of the co-chairs with Caprice of Building Bridges, and I'm excited to be here. By day, I am a college professor at Washington State University, so I have to, shameless plug for Washington State University. Go there, great school. Talk to me if you want to be a major in the strategic communication department or broadcasting. All right, we're done with that. I wanted to tell you a quick intro story to this event. Why are we here, and what's the point of being here? Well, obviously, one is community. Look at all the people in this room, some in uniform, some not, community members representing organizations, or you just care, right, and you want to have a conversation. But my parents grew up in a place called Karachi, Pakistan. Has anyone ever been to Karachi? All right. Now, it's 5 times the size of LA. I don't know if you know much about Karachi, but we're talking about 20 million people in one city. What's the population of Oregon? It's not that much, right? So it's one metropolis. And one cool thing about Karachi is that the people there are collaborative and community-oriented, and if there's a problem, they try to work together to figure out how to solve that problem. And so all my extended family's there, almost all of them, and I've been there 5 times. And one night, this is in 2016, I was there. One night, I'm driving through the city with my cousins at like 1 a.m., and he's like, look around. There's nobody sleeping on the street, right? 20 million people, so much poverty. He said, everybody has a place to go sleep tonight because a neighbor will take them into their house. Just let that sink in. Like, they create solutions with community. Now for the tie-in to law enforcement. My cousin also told me that law enforcement is slow, untrustworthy, unreliable. And I've talked to my parents about this because they've lived here for over 50 years. It's not the same. And one of the reasons why they live in the United States, one of the reasons, is the structure and the safety. And they've said it even to this day. We feel like if something's wrong, we can call someone and they would be here to help us. In Karachi, you don't know if they're going to show up and you don't know when. And then my cousin said, and this is not a TV show, he said, you can pay them if you want them to work better, faster for you. That's law enforcement in a different place. That's overseeing 20 million people. So I do want to give some props to our law enforcement in this room because that's one of the things that I really value about this community is if we need something, they're going to come help us. And I think that's fantastic. It's overlooked. It's underrepresented. So we should give them a hand. I'm definitely not saying that we should take homeless people in our house tonight. That's up to you if you want to do that. But I think that that's a really cool community effort, community vibe, feeling, mentality that they have there to create solutions. And I think we can do more of that here. So I think that's one of the reasons why we're here today. First thing we're going to do is we are at the MET, and we are going to hear from the president of MET in just a second. And I wanted to say can we please give them a hand for hosting us at this beautiful facility? Ready? All right, so we're going to have a few words from Wajdi Said, and that is going to start us off today, and then we'll all be back up here, and Caprice and I will kind of be back up here to run things as we have our morning keynotes. Thank you.
I've known Imran since he was a young man, maybe 7 or 9 years old. May God bless him and bless his parents. Thank you, Imran. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Dear sisters and brothers, respected guests, welcome to the Muslim Educational Trust. In the spirit of unity, respect, and hope, we warmly welcome you to Building Bridges of Understanding 10th anniversary. This initiative is born out of conviction that our world, our community, though often torn by division, can always rediscover its smile through a dialogue, compassion, and shared humanity. As the famous Golden Age Muslim poet says, لا ضير إن عض الزمان فربما ألفيت منه وقد أمنت تبسما. There is no harm if time bites harshly, like our time today. Perhaps in its trials you may yet discover a smile. The smiles that we saw today from many of our elected officials, from many of our law enforcement, that's what makes the beauty of our leadership, community-based leadership and law enforcement, build the bridges of understanding. These words echo the Quranic verse, surely with difficulty comes easiness. Indeed, with hardship comes ease, 2 times repeated. And it aligns that victory of our humanity will come when all of us work together to the best of the beloved community that's been sacrificed by so many people in our beloved society. The indigenous people of the United States, the slaves that came from Africa without choice, and many, the Chinese American in building the railroads, the Japanese Americans, and today is our turn, the immigrant from the Latino world and the Arabs and the Muslims. It is very important for us, my beloved sister, that there is no way other than we respect one another and respect and love one another. The way that Sheriff Garrett in 2016, because we had a relationship with him, he brought us together when a lady, irresponsible deputy district attorney, made her statement, very divisive statement, yet because of the trust that we trusted Sheriff Garrett, he brought these solutions with our great US attorney and many other based community organizations. Today our communities face the bite of time, the challenges of time in many forms. In the United States, we are living through deep political polarizations, racial injustice, economic inequality, and mistrust of institutions. We have seen violence born of hate and the rhetoric that divides rather than unites. All around the world, wars, forced migrations, climate change, and widening inequality are shaking the very foundations of human dignity and solidarity. I was with a group of our seniors students in Washington, D.C., and we saw our Sheriff Capris in the same plane going, to Washington, D.C. We talked to our senators and our elected officials. We attended the Asian American Unity Coalition Summit because of what's going on in China, in India. We came all Asians from East and West, Central and South and Southeast to say that we are brothers and sisters. We are not gonna let the division and hate and bigotry that is happening today in China against the Uyghur Muslims, or Islamophobia in India and the rise, or Kashmir and many other places, and the genocide in Palestine. And yet history and faith teaches us that the story does not end with hardship. From the challenges may come new possibilities like the building bridges. From these divisions may rise the courage to heal and unify. From these wounds may emerge the wisdom of women and men in uniform and community-based leaders. The smile of time is not an illusion. It is the fruit of patience, resilience, and determination to choose, understanding over fear and bridges over walls. Building bridges of understanding is our humble response to these times. We believe that by bringing people together across the faiths, cultures, generations, and experiences, we can nurture the trust, empathy, and encourage need to meet today's trials, the trials that many has faced in the past, the indigenous, the Africans, Americans, and many others. We are committed to conversations that are honest yet hopeful, to encounters that heal wounds, and the action that restore dignity and justice beyond the color of skin. Together, let us not be paralyzed by the bites of time, but inspired by the possibilities of its smile, the smile that brings hope. And this is why our Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, he said, smile is a charity. Let us give charity not only by money or time and energy, but by being kind to each other. Let us become builders of bridges of faith, of compassion, of truth, and of justice, so that generations to come inherit not the scars of our divisions, but the fruits of our unity. My beloved sisters and brothers, and allow me to call you brothers and sisters, it is very important to remember great women and men. Today in our Oregon, we remember Senator Hatfield, a man of great integrity. He was a Republican, but yet he was an honest and sincere man. Today, we remember also our dear brother, Senator Merkley, standing tall against all bigotry and hate. Let us, my dear sisters and brothers, travel in this journey of understanding and welcome to the work of healing. Welcome to the hope that with every hardship there is. Welcome to the Muslim Educational Trust.
Thank you, Brother Waji. All right, next we have our Attorney General's here, which that's pretty cool. I think it is. I'm going to read his introduction for accuracy. I am a public speaking professor also, and this is wrong for me to read a manuscript unless I'm reading for accuracy, so I'm going to do this for accuracy. All right, no eye contact here, I apologize. Attorney General Dan Rayfield grew up here in Oregon, graduating from Tigard High School. All right. Before going to Western Oregon University. Nobody? All right. And then Willamette University Law School. All right. After nearly 2 decades in private practice focused on consumer protection and a decade representing Corvallis in the legislature, including serving as Speaker in the House, now leads the Oregon Department of Justice. As Attorney General, he's focused on strengthening community safety, protecting seniors and working families, and upholding Oregon's values and the rule of law. When he's not in the courtroom or at the Capitol, you'll often find him cheering, sometimes too loudly, according to his son Adam, at track meets, editing home videos from family trips, and performing in shows around the region with the band, the band he's in with his dad called the Polkaticians. Wow, big cheer for that. All right. Thank you, Attorney General Dan Rayfield. Please welcome.
Well, good morning, everybody. How are you doing? Well, first of all, thank you for inviting me here today. This is the first time that I have been at this event, so it was a little bit of a surprise for me to be asked to speak this morning. Also a little bit nerve-wracking because I didn't know exactly what I should talk about this morning. So Leslie Wu in my office, Leslie, go ahead and wave your hand. She did a little bit of research about the speeches that were given last year, and apparently the former Attorney General was here talking a little bit about what the Department of Justice does and our integration into this arena. And so I figured that was probably off limits. And then I heard that the keynote speaker was DA Kevin Barton. And first I started questioning the judgment of this crowd if you're going to allow him a microphone that early in the morning. And then I learned that he had done a speech about bridges, metaphors on bridges, clearly original, Kevin, given the name of this morning. So I figured bridges, metaphors are off limits. Talking about what Department of Justice is off limits. And what I also thought about and what I realized is a lot of you probably don't know how we are approaching the work at the Department of Justice as we engage with community. I think there's a lot of analogous things that we're doing at the Department of Justice that we have leaders in our communities can also adopt. And I want to share with you about 3 of those attributes in the way that we approach things. The first one is that we truly believe that we are stronger when we listen to each other. And understanding that we as leaders in the communities don't always have the answers, and we need to listen. And we are facilitators. And this comes from something that my father once taught me. My dad had been in the Air Force Reserves for more than 30 years of his life. And anybody who's been in a military family knows that periodically you get these little anecdotes from life in the military. Like one that I always remember was having alligator skin. But there was one saying that my father said to me that always stuck with me. And it was that second lieutenants know everything. And sergeants know everything else. The spirit behind this is that a second lieutenant comes out of ROTC. They go into the folks that they're supposedly leading, but the reality of that is the folks that they're leading have a heck of a lot more experience. On the ground, practical, real-world experience, and the most successful second lieutenants were the ones that realized that. And were not the ones that came in thinking that they knew everything. And that is the spirit at DOJ as we're moving forward. And I think as community leaders, we all have to share and respect. The second thing that we talk about in our office that's incredibly important is what we say is important, and almost more importantly, how we say it is incredibly more important. Think about the world that we live in today. People are in community, in fear. We have politicians, elected leaders, that the way that they speak right now causes us to separate and divide. We need to be, as leaders, the way we talk together. And what you'll see that there's peer-reviewed literature that shows that we as elected leaders, how we talk gets reflected in our communities. We as leaders or elected officials in our communities have to realize that we are a part of this problem. Or we can be a part of the solution in how we talk about things. So that is something that we talk about very often. What we say matters and how we say matters, and taking responsibility for those things. And I'll be very honest. In my life, in more than 10 years in public service, I haven't always gotten it right. But it's that strive to make sure that we're always evaluating so that what we say, how we say, truly matters. And then finally, the one thing that I want to talk about is we're all advocates. We're all fierce, strong advocates for our communities. At the Department of Justice, we're going to be fierce, strong advocates for consumers, seniors, working families, in a civil space. We're going to be strong advocates when it comes to keeping communities safe. We're working on partnering to expand our work to tackle organized crime in the state more proactively. We're working to protect and be a strong advocate when it comes from attacks from our federal government, whether that is our sanctuary state laws or whether that is the funding that's coming in for victims of crime. We're going to be strong and fierce advocates of the Department of Justice, but at the same time, we will do that respectfully as we are strong advocates. And that's something, these are 3 things, 3 attributes that we're going to lead with at the Department of Justice under our leadership, and we have amazing people at the Department of Justice. Continually, I get thanked for the work that I do at the Department of Justice, which is absolutely silly. because we have 1,600 people at the Department of Justice to do this work together, and we're a part of an incredible, amazing team. These are the value sets. Oh, thank you. Thank you. So we're part of this amazing team, and as we go forward, these are 3 attributes of our leadership as an organization that we'll be instilling and want to work with all of you. And so I am here in the spirit, getting back to the number one thing is to listen and to be a part of this conversation. So thank you very much, and good morning.
Good morning. They don't make this for the 6'5" district attorneys. My name is Kevin Barton. I'm the Washington County District Attorney. And I just want to remind Attorney General Rayfield, they always tell you when you speak, be careful. You never know who may have the microphone next. I'm only here today, though, to introduce our next speaker. And our next speaker is Max Williams. Max is and has been many things. He's an attorney, practiced law at a law firm in Portland called Miller Nash. He's a former state legislator. He was elected 3 times representing Washington County, serving on multiple committees, including the House Judiciary Committee. He is the former director of the Oregon Department of Corrections, Oregon's largest state agency that he ran for 8 years. He's the former president and CEO of the Oregon Community Foundation, the state's largest public charity responsible for distributing funds to many well-deserving organizations throughout our state. And he's a friend. He's a friend of mine, and he's a friend of everyone in this room when we all come together to build bridges. He's here today to talk about the Oregon Coalition for Nonprofit Safety. It's an initiative that's dedicated to providing resources for nonprofit organizations who are at risk of attack because of their beliefs, their mission, their ideology, or their clientele. And at its core, the program Max will speak about today is about keeping Oregonians from all walks of life safe. And so please welcome Max Williams.
Well, good morning, and I appreciate having a couple of minutes to be on the program this morning to share with you this important thing, and it feels very consistent with the words we just heard from the Attorney General, as well as the warm, welcoming, and hopeful introduction that my friend Wajdi gave. It was unusual in the last legislative session for me to sit in front of legislators and talk about what in common does the Muslim Educational Trust, the Immigrant and Refugee Community Organization, IRCO, the Bethlehem Inn Homeless Shelter from Bend, the Congregation Neve Shalom here in Portland, Pride Northwest, Planned Parenthood, the Union Gospel Mission, the First Baptist Church of Portland, the Vancouver Avenue First Baptist Church of Portland. What do they all have in common? Why would this group of very different organizations with very different missions, purposes, and points of view all come together in a coalition to sit in front of the legislature and have a conversation with them about their needs? And the number one answer was safety. Each of these nonprofit organizations is spending increasingly large amounts of revenue which should be directed towards the people that they serve, the people that they help, the communities that they support, in additional safety and security measures because of the risk and threat of violence that is happening not only here in Oregon but around the country. I know many of you are familiar with the data and the information, but in recent FBI numbers, hate crimes have gone up substantially around the country. In Oregon, in the most recent data, it was up 106%. From where things stood in 2018. The Attorney General's own bias line, their anti-religious bias numbers reported a year ago in 2024 are up 128% in Oregon. The kind of political rhetoric that the Attorney General mentioned and the way that words get used, the kinds of conversations that Wajdi referenced in his remarks, are reflecting itself in unfortunate circumstances all around the state, and maybe you're familiar with some of them. A recent attack on the Jewish Museum with swastikas being painted all over that institution. A preschool in southeast Portland where that serves immigrant and refugee children had its play structure burned to the ground by arson. The shooting that took place at the Union Gospel Mission in Salem are just some examples of the kinds of experiences that nonprofit organizations are having around the state. And so as a result, we took the cue from about 17 other states around the country to form a coalition of nonprofit organizations to ask the state if they would create a grant fund to mirror, and I hope many of you are familiar with the federal grant program for security resources that's available. It's operated by FEMA, and here in Oregon, it's ran by the Oregon Department of Emergency Management. But 17 other states have created a side program with state resources to support nonprofit organizations who can file for and receive grant funding support to address the serious security needs of those organizations. We were successful and unsuccessful in that effort. Successful in that we got a wonderful bill filed that had great bipartisan support. We had a terrific hearing in front of the Senate Judiciary Committee. The bill passed unanimously out of committee. And then we ran into the challenge that many good ideas ran into in this last legislative session. The budget challenges that the legislature faced ultimately resulted in the bill not being funded. We had requested $5 million. We would have taken less, but that just wasn't available, and the legislature was not able to move forward on the piece of legislation. But we are not done with this effort, and the Oregon Coalition for Nonprofit Safety is continuing to work on these issues. And it's for this purpose. Every single person, and I think you again heard it in the words of the Attorney General, and you heard it in the words of Wajdi, every organization in this coalition, regardless of their disagreements about philosophy and faith and programs and everything else, all of them are unified in the fundamental belief that every single Oregonian, no matter what they believe or where they came from or what their needs are, has a right to be safe when they show up to a place to worship, to celebrate, to be with each other, to receive services. They deserve to be safe. And we appreciate the deep support that law enforcement gives, but we also know that law enforcement can't be everywhere all at once all the time. And as a result, these organizations need the resources to be able to do that work going forward. And so our hope will be that the legislature will ultimately decide to see this program as a necessity in the current environment in which we live. I'm here today to simply invite any organization that would like to reach out and let us know if you'd like to be part of this movement as we move forward to try to help address the serious safety concerns that organizations are having around the state with these kinds of challenges. It's been a pleasure for me personally, after a career of working both in law enforcement, in the legislature, and working with nonprofit organizations all over the state, to see the incredible work that is done in community. This Building Bridges event is about community, and these organizations are about community. And as one legislator asked me, well, what business is it of the state to sort of support individual nonprofit organizations with these challenges? And my answer was, having been the CEO of the Oregon Community Foundation during COVID, when the state came to us and said, we got to give you millions and millions of dollars to get out to the public in lots of ways because we as a state can't figure out how to get it done. I simply said, you rely on the nonprofit communities in this state to strengthen community and deliver direct service, and they now need your help to be able to do that job effectively, to protect their people, their staff, and the populations that they serve. And I think that was the right answer, and I think it continues to be the right answer. So my invitation to all of you today is simply be mindful of this issue. Ask, if you're in a nonprofit organization, ask your leadership about what kind of impact these security concerns are creating for them. And if it's something that you're interested in, please reach out. We would welcome your involvement in the Oregon Coalition for Nonprofit Safety, and we look forward to a time when this will no longer be needed. Thank you.
It's now my honor to introduce our keynote speaker, Hillsborough Mayor Beach Pace. Mayor Pace exemplifies our theme this year of collaboration, transparency, and justice. Originally from New Jersey, Mayor Pace received her bachelor's in science from the United States Military Academy at West Point and her master's in public administration from Northern Michigan University. Mayor Pace is no stranger to addressing difficult and complicated issues with the goal of reducing tension, embracing collaboration, and ensuring just outcomes. In the Army, she was a bomb squad executive officer and then worked for the State Department handling security for the President, the Vice President, and the Secretary of State. In civilian life, she had a career in corporate America, and she found her calling eventually helping at-risk youth, first in the San Francisco Bay Area, and then here in Oregon as the CEO of Big Brothers Big Sisters of Columbia Northwest. Mayor Pace understands firsthand how discrimination and disparate treatment can erode a sense of safety and belonging in a community. She served in the U.S. military during the infamous Don't Ask, Don't Tell policy era. Serving others has been a lifelong calling for Mayor Pace. She was elected in 2018 and re-elected in 2022 as a Hillsborough City Councilor, and then elected in 2024 as the Hillsborough Mayor. Mayor Pace has been married to her wife, Jinsey, for 23 years and has 2 adult children and a rescue dog named Jack. But most importantly, she's a good person, a wonderful leader, and a true bridge builder. And I'm proud to say, a good friend. So please help me welcome Mayor Pace.
Now I have to adjust it because Kevin's so tall, you know. Hello, everyone. Thank you to the Muslim Educational Trust for your vision in founding Building Bridges of Understanding in your community 10 years ago, in our community. And I'd like to recognize the partners, the law enforcement agencies, the community-based organizations, the faith leaders, the civic leaders, the elected leaders, the community members who have worked so hard to sustain this work. It's an honor to stand alongside you in the commitment to this mission. Building bridges of understanding in our community is a vital practice for public safety. Kevin mentioned my wife, Jinsey. She is in law enforcement. So we live it all the time. And building bridges of understanding is not just a motto, but it's a model for how communities can thrive. 10 years ago, conversations about trust and safety were growing more urgent. The Muslim Educational Trust and partners recognized the need to act. And this collaborative set out to do something bold, to bring people together who don't always sit at the same table, to create safe spaces and honest dialogue, and to build trust between institutions and communities. And a decade later, this work has proven essential and continues to ripple across our region and the Pacific Northwest. Today, the need is even greater, in my opinion. We face a host of issues that aim to divide law enforcement and our community. National headlines amplify mistrust, social media narratives deepen polarization, and real incidents that test the bonds of trust that we've worked so hard to build. Building bridges reminds us of a fundamental truth. We all belong to this community. Our neighborhoods, our streets, our shared future connects us. Public safety is not just the job of one department, it's a responsibility that we all share. Improving safety for everyone is the highest priority. And in Hillsborough, our police department has set a clear vision to be the most trusted police department in the Pacific Northwest. But trust cannot be proclaimed. It must be earned daily. And here's how we're working toward that vision: building and maintaining strong partnerships with other jurisdictions, because most other jurisdictions share that same goal. We share data, resources, and expertise to make every department better. We deepen community engagement through listening sessions, cultural outreach, youth engagement programs, and being here with you all. And what we're learning is that when we listen first, we build respect. That when people feel heard, they participate. And when the community participates, everyone benefits. And through this work, we have seen better outcomes. And this reminds me of my time in the military. I think it's interesting that the district attorney mentioned the military, because I have a little story for you for when I was a second lieutenant, the one that knew everything. But just so y'all know, I knew I didn't know everything. So, in the military, I got to serve on some of the most diverse teams ever. Multiracial, multicultural, socioeconomically and geographically unique. And in one mission, we were in Moscow for the Clinton-Yeltsin Summit. Clinton and his wife Hillary and his daughter Chelsea were all there visiting. And so I want to paint the picture a little bit. This was February in 1994 in Moscow. It was a little bit cold. As Kevin mentioned, I was in the bomb squad, which is known as Explosive Ordnance Disposal. It's just a fancy way to say bomb squad. And we were always attached and working with the Secret Service. And on these type of missions, whenever we were working to protect a dignitary, the Secret Service made sure that the person or persons did not get shot, and EOD made sure they did not blow up. It's very basic, but it also very heavy. There were several meetings around the city with President Clinton, and there were several Secret Service and EOD teams, or bomb squad teams, leapfrogging around the city to make sure that President Clinton and his family were safe. So just to give you an example, the president and his family were at one location, and there was a Secret Service team and an EOD team there. And then where they were going to eventually, there was also a Secret Service team and EOD team there. And when they moved, this team here leapfrogged to the next location to make sure that wherever they went all day, it was safe. As the ranking officer, I oversaw about 5 teams, and they were made up of various military members from different services, backgrounds, hometowns, experiences, etc. One of the most diverse teams, though, was not the headline during this mission. The most important piece was to make sure that President Clinton and his family were alive and safe during the whole mission. That's our goal. During the visit, President Clinton was traveling from a meeting back to the hotel base of operations. At the hotel, news anchor Dan Rather was there to do a visit, an interview with him during prime time in the U.S. So it was essential that Clinton get there on time. But his timeliness was not my problem. His safety was my problem. Once President Clinton got to the hotel, my teams could stand down because they were in the hotel and then secured by the Secret Service. The hotel had already been secured, but we had to get him to the hotel. And you should also know, interestingly enough, the Russians loved President Clinton and his family. Everywhere President Clinton went, we found that he was very beloved by the folks in the area. And you should, just to give you an example, when the motorcades would pass by in February in Moscow, they were 10 deep waving to him on both sides of the street. So at one point, and I don't know if you know this, but President Clinton loved to stop motorcades and just get out and walk over to the crowd, which was not cool for us, right? So he's on his way back. He's about 5 miles away, and he stops the motorcade and gets out and starts interacting with the crowd. At this point, my bomb teams have cleared the area. There were bomb dogs in the crowd, but where he chose to stop was random. We didn't know that. So that's for the teams on the motorcade route and the Secret Service teams on the motorcade route to worry about. I'm worried about the hotel. Because the entrance, knowing that he was heading back to the hotel, the entrance of the hotel started filling, the outside of the hotel. So people, again, in February in Moscow, were outside the hotel waiting to see him. And as the crowd gathered, it was making it more unreasonable to bring Clinton and his family through the front door. The cold was also disabling the bomb dogs outside. And so we were bringing them in, rotating them to make sure that they could get warmed up and then get back out, but they were also getting tired. So I called a meeting with the Secret Service, my Secret Service lead, and some of my team leads, and we looked at the situation, and it became very obvious we can't use the front door. We can't bring Clinton in the front door. And then over the radio, we hear that he's moving. And so over the radio, what you hear, and it's that little earpiece that you see on TV, that's for real, okay? And the reference they make is POTUS, or he has a code name. But in this case, they said POTUS is moving. So POTUS is President of the United States. So we get the ding, we get the word that POTUS is moving. He's back in the car and headed to the hotel about 5 miles away. So our new goal is to clear the secondary entrance. And so we had already identified that days ago. And I go down there to the secondary entrance, and it's very boring, which is good. And I get a private with a bomb dog, and I bring him down. And remember, the bomb dogs are tired. So we go downstairs, and there is a stairwell, a door, a giant plant, and a pipe. And the pipe is pretty big. It's about this big, and it goes from a wall up to a ceiling. So it's very strange. So the pipe goes from a wall and then turns and goes up to a ceiling. So I tell the private, take the dog around. And the dog goes, stairs, door, plant. And then he goes up on the wall, sniffs the pipe, and sits down. If you don't know, when a bomb dog sits down, it is not a good thing. That means he has detected explosives. At that point, the private turns to me like this. So I say, it's okay. Reset your dog. Take him around again. He was like, okay, LT. LT is short for lieutenant. I said, take a breath, buddy. So he does. Stairs, door, plant, pipe. Dog sits again. So at this point, the private's eyes are like saucers, and he is visibly shaking. I also know that this dog is tired. I also know that all the dogs are tired. I relieve the private of duty, and it wasn't a big deal. It wasn't an embarrassing thing. I said, you need to take a minute, go upstairs. You're relieved of duty for now. And then I'm like back in the moment, so excuse me, I'm like reliving this. Then we hear over the radio, POTUS is 3 miles out. The front entrance is packed. The secondary entrance is a must. And I said, all right, I want to get the schematics. So we had the head building maintenance guy come down from the hotel. We pull out the schematics. This is 94, so we don't have a tablet that we're looking at this. So we unroll the schematic. We're looking at what the heck is this pipe doing going from a wall to a ceiling. And we realized that there is also a door that leads to a room that goes into a head vacuum unit. This pipe was the main vacuum pipe for the whole hotel. Every room from 10 floors down, every room had pipes that led to this main pipe that went to the vacuum. POTUS is 2 miles out. Also, by the way, the schematics were in Russian, and I did not speak Russian. I had a translator, which was helpful. I looked to my sergeant, one of my sergeants. I send him up to an upper floor, because now, is this pipe blocked? Is something in this pipe? Sergeant goes up, sticks his hand down one of the holes to the main vacuum, to the vacuum pipe, and over the radio informs me, Lieutenant, I got a good suck. That's what he said. And the Secret Service guy was like, yeah, that's good, that's good. That means the pipe isn't blocked. POTUS is 1 mile out. So at this point, the pipe I'm looking at is old. It's coated with several coverings of paint. It's also coated in dust. Everything is working fine. The vacuum is working fine. I'm in that room too. There is nothing to indicate that there is explosives in this pipe except a tired dog. And so I make the call, POTUS is 1 mile out now, less than, that we're going to use the secondary entrance. And I head up to the lobby with Dan Rather, who is very upset because Clinton is late. Clinton shows up with his family, goes to the secondary entrance, everything was fine. Goes up and does the interview. He and his family were back to base, and everything was safe. And nowhere during that entire ordeal did any member of my team or the Secret Service team, did we wonder about politics or ethnicity or about socioeconomic backgrounds or religion. We believed in each other, we trusted each other, and we valued each other's experience. And we were focused on the mission and we collaborated to get the job done. Which brings us to this year's theme. This year's theme, collaboration, transparency, and justice, represents an opportunity to show our work for the last decade. These three words capture the progress we've made and the work that's still ahead of us. Collaboration is not political, it's practical. Solutions come faster and more robust when institutions, communities, and individuals work side by side. Transparency costs no money, but it builds priceless trust. And when people see how decisions are made, they feel respected and included. And justice is a goal we commit to every day, in every action. And it's not a finish line to cross, but a constant pursuit. 10 years of building bridges is an incredible achievement, but it's also a beginning. The next decade will bring new challenges with changing demographics, emerging technologies, and evolving expectations. And it also brings new opportunities, more ways to engage, more diverse leadership, and a stronger regional collaboration. And the real test will be how we choose to meet those challenges, as strangers or partners or divided or united. And our choice must continue to be partnership, trust, and of course, building bridges. Collaboration, transparency, and justice are not just themes for this year's summit, but they are daily choices. Every act of kindness, every effort to share openly, every step towards fairness strengthens the bridges we share. And today we celebrate 10 years of service. Let's commit to the next 10 years and beyond, building stronger bridges, deeper trust, and a safer, more united community for all. Thank you very much.
Ooh, hello. I don't even know how to follow that. I'm probably not the only person in this room that has a complete visual of Moscow in February. And I thought I was going to take my jacket off, but now I think I'm actually cold. I would like to take a moment before I introduce what's next to ask our current and former elected officials in the room, would you mind please standing? Current and former. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. I ask everyone to look around because each and every one of you, your presence, and I'll speak most especially to our former elected officials, your presence here continuing to invest demonstrates your commitment to this incredible endeavor that we've been on for the last 10 years and your willingness to stay connected to each and every one of us. And so from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much for being here and for your investment. 10 years ago, we set out with a mission to connect public safety professionals and organizations with our vibrant community. Today, we celebrate the impact of that mission. Join us as we watch a video that showcases our progress, the lives we've touched, and the bridges that we have built together.
First of all, it's very important to reflect why Building Bridges was founded.
My recollection is that some statements were made by a prosecutor in the Washington County District Attorney's Office. And
it wasn't the first time there's been an incident in our community, but we had an incident involving a prosecutor who was working in the DA's office who posted things on her Facebook page that were hateful and offensive.
That really served to label and demonize certain members of our community, our beloved community.
I, at the time, was the Washington County Sheriff, and I and some of our senior leaders came to the Muslim Educational Trust. We met with Wajdi.
Wajdi and a number of other community elders were able to keep communication open with the most difficult government agencies. Difficult during good times, really difficult during hard times.
To be honest with you, the planning process was very difficult. We had many difficult conversations around this table, and it got uncomfortable at many times. And there were so many different opinions on how we should, or especially the first one, on how we should organize this, who we should invite.
It was a learning experience for both parties, law enforcement, the DA's office, and our community as a whole.
So the tragedy, the incident, when law enforcement exercised their power, to speak very divisive statement as the Deputy DA of Washington County, Joey Smith, did. It wasn't acceptable. I mean, there is already a fear by minorities and marginalized communities that mistrust law enforcement, and then her statement was a very irresponsible statement. But lucky we have, the voice of wisdom within law enforcement, like Sheriff Garrett, came to this discussion, even, and at that time we didn't have any relationship with the DA office, Washington County DA office. But we get to know Kevin Barton. At that time, he was the Deputy DA. So the trust of Sheriff Garrett, the trust of our U.S. Attorney, Billy Williams, and the community-based, the Urban League CEO, Nick Henge, and the New Portland Foundation, Mr. Shodozono, and our dear brother, Ronald Polo Catalani, came, to engage, in the founding of this organization.
Boy, I've been with Building Bridges in one role or another for a good part of the last decade. I started initially as the Director of the Criminal Justice Commission. I would come to Building Bridges, take part in helping build out the agendas and share data and talk about the trends going on in the state of Oregon. As the elected district attorney in Multnomah County, obviously I was also a participant talking a lot about how we could build trust in communities with law enforcement. And now in my role as General Counsel of the Urban League of Portland, working for another community provider that is engaged in doing work to advance community partnerships, relationships, building trust, especially for Urban League in the Black community, being a participant, helping with the work that you're doing here at Building Bridges continues to be part of the mission.
When we first launched Building Bridges 10 years ago now, I think that one of my goals was to make sure that we could build not just relationships, but enduring relationships that were meaningful and that were lasting with parts of the community that I didn't necessarily see on a daily basis. So, every day, people in my office are interacting with police officers and community members who've had themselves either witnessing a crime or they've been a victim of a crime, and partners that we work with. But there's whole segments of our community that we don't always have the opportunity to interact with on a day-to-day or a regular basis. And so the beauty of what we, I think, conceived of in Building Bridges was a way to build that communication opportunity with aspects and areas of our community that we don't always see, so that when there is a need for there to be a more urgent communication, when something does happen or when there's community questions that come up, that dialogue and that bridge is already there. It's a well-traveled bridge, so that it's not a stranger on the other end of the line, and we can have that communication and collaboration.
After a series of conversations and meetings about building stronger connections with our communities, we set about to create a collaborative effort through very diverse communities to include law enforcement and civil society, to study, to better educate ourselves about the racial and ethnic disparities that exist in our community and explore ways to rebuild them. And so when there is an issue that comes up, if there is whether it's someone on the public safety side or someone in the community that there's a negative stereotype that gets promulgated, if you will, and we need to have a conversation about that, then we know who to call, right? Because I know if I don't, through our Building Bridges community, know who to reach out to, I know somebody who will know.
The relationships that people can say, I know someone across the table from me, that we've broken bread together, that we've talked, we've discussed some very deep and personal issues, that you can't look at that in a small way. That is huge.
Balancing the voices of community-based organizations with those of law enforcement has been one of the central challenges and strengths of Building Bridges. Too often in society, these two groups speak past each other, or worse, we operate in silos. What this initiative has shown us is that progress only happens when both perspectives are heard with equal weight. Community-based organizations bring lived experience, cultural wisdom, and the urgency of addressing the daily realities of marginalized communities. Law enforcement brings authority, resources, and responsibility for public safety. When one voice dominates, trust breaks down, but when both are in dialogue, grounded in respect and transparency, we begin to see trust rebuilt.
I think one of the more enlightening and frankly fun opportunities is bringing people together that you know they don't understand each other. They may not even like each other. They probably don't want to be there. And yet, what a great opportunity to engage and help people to realize they're not. They may be far apart ideologically about a variety of things, but in terms of humanity, they're not. And it's sort of like getting people, with all of the political division that is going on in the country, and it has been going on for way too long. I think people would, if they have those opportunities to engage and build the bridges of understanding, they're going to realize they have more in common than what they think, right? And there's a value in those efforts. They're not always going to be successful, but what's the alternative to do nothing?
Whenever you're involved in a group for so long, you experience all the feelings, right? It's that spectrum of it can be a lot of fun, it can be challenging, it can be frustrating. Just like any relationship you'll maintain over a decade. So it's been all of that. And you see people come and people go, and then there's been a core group of people who've been here since the beginning. But I think really what it's allowed us to do is establish that fundamental base and build friendships over time. I feel comfortable walking in here. I feel comfortable calling Wajdi if I need anything, or Linda or anybody else in the community who's been partners through all of this.
To be honest, with the current administration, I really think that Building Bridges Summit should be a platform used to really address the issues that are affecting our community. We really know, we should all know, these are difficult times, and many of the executive orders are affecting a lot of people in our community and in other communities as well. So I believe this should be used. This is a great platform to address all of this. Even one at a time. It doesn't have to be all at once because there are so many things going on, but at least we should make an intentional effort to address the issues that our community members are suffering from and are dealing with on a daily basis that the world can be ignoring.
Well, fortunately or unfortunately, education is an ongoing process. Different generations forget about the past, and we need to educate the new people here, young people, about diversity in our community and acceptance of all people, different background, different religious background, ethnic background. So it's an ongoing process of repeating, so we would not repeat history again. Happened to Japanese Americans in 1942, happening after Arab Americans after 9/11. The new generation has to be taught the past and not repeat the mistakes of the past.
I just want to celebrate this moment with all of you and express my deep love and respect for the MET and for the efforts you have made over and over and again in this state, in this community, to build bridges, to continue to be steadfast in your support for reaching out beyond your own community. It's an example for the rest of us, and I'm grateful for that example you have made.
All right. All right. So we are going to, we kind of took a look back at our history, and so our next panel is going to be, in just a moment, we're going to have 4 really awesome people up here to provide really great dialogue, discourse, and audience interaction. But before we do that, we definitely want to mention people that made this event possible. So I think we have a screen with some of our sponsors. I want to make sure to show that, if we can get that on the screen. If not, then we will definitely have it on screen later. I also want to send a shout out to Pat Garrett, so we should give back Pat Garrett a hand. I don't know if Pat's here. As you can see, people that, or organizations that made this event possible are important, and everyone else who's decided to make this part of your day-to-day. A few other people that I want to mention, and then we're going to get our panelists up here. I do want to mention Mary Pat Hensel, because she is a community member from Wilsonville, where I live, and she was here yesterday doing setup for hours, so we should definitely give her a hand. Annabelle Carlos is maybe in the hallway, but she is awesome, and she had so much to do with the planning side, making sure that we're organized and everything is set up the way it is in this room for us to be able to do this event. And then finally, Stephen Mayer is hiding behind the curtain over here, but I'm going to make him stand up and show his face, because he is an just important, imperative piece. Oh, there he is. He's in the back. Wave, Stephen. Please give Stephen a hand. You know when you text people and they don't text back? You know those people? That's not Stephen. When I text Stephen, he's texting me back, and we're creating a solution or a plan of action to figure out what we need to do next. And he's a get things done kind of person. So really awesome team behind the scenes that matters. All right, so we're going to have our next panel. I'm going to have all of them come up as they wish, but I am going to read some introductions for them, and we're going to have a certain format where there are a couple prompts that are pre-planned, but I think in the spirit of our theme of this event, we are going to have transparency and collaboration be a part of this panel. So with these panelists, we would like you to write down questions or prompts that you have on your note cards. That's what they're there for. And we'll have people who will kind of buzz around and bring those up to me, and I'll do my best to read those. I cannot guarantee that I'm going to read every single prompt and question, but I will try. And I'm also just giving you fair warning, again, being transparent, that if your question feels uncomfortable for me, I'm probably not going to read it. All right. So we want to keep it positive. We want to keep it productive, and we definitely want to hear from our panelists on a variety of topics. So I am going to kind of go down the line here and give you an introduction of who's sitting here today. Our Attorney General needs no introduction because I already gave it, so we can give him a hand. He's back up here. So then next we have Nathan Vasquez, and I'm going to read Nathan's introduction for accuracy. He has served as a prosecutor at the Multnomah County District Attorney's Office for nearly 25 years. Most of his career has been dedicated to person crimes, working directly with victims of violent crimes and their families. In 2018, Nathan took over the neighborhood unit, which focused on community engagement and pioneered the District Attorney's Strategic Prosecution Unit. It is a model that uses objective data to inform the decisions and actions of prosecutors and law enforcement, focusing on root causes of criminal behavior and creative solutions to prevent recidivism. So please give Nathan a hand for being here. Next, Kevin Barton is the District Attorney for Washington County. As attorney since 2000, he has been an attorney since 2002. He was elected to become District Attorney in 2018 and re-elected in 2022. The mission of the Washington County District Attorney's Office is to seek justice and protect the community. Mr. Barton is a member of several boards and organizations, including the Family Justice Center of Washington County, Building Bridges of Understanding, the Washington County Public Safety Coordinating Council, St. Mary's Home for Boys, the Oregon District Attorneys Association, and the National District Attorneys Association. So please give Kevin a hand. And the last person I'll introduce, I'm proud to call a good friend now, and it's just awesome that we have a personal friendship as well. But I will read his introduction to you. Clackamas County District Attorney John Wentworth is a career prosecutor with over 30 years of public service. During his career, John successfully prosecuted some of Clackamas County's most dangerous offenders: murderers, rapists, domestic violent offenders, and child abusers. He is recognized statewide as an expert in domestic violence, sexual assault, and elder abuse, and has trained hundreds of prosecutors, police officers, parole and probation officers, victim advocates, and community partners in the investigation and prosecution of elder abuse and family violence. So please give John a hand as well. So we'll have you kind of think on your questions and prompts, and please generate those. And the first thing we're going to do is go through a couple prompts that I came up with before. So for a couple minutes, each of these, our panelists are going to tell us, if they weren't in the room, what would you want people to think first about you and your work? So I always say this, like, how much money we make and how many titles we've held professionally is something, but the thing that I most care about is when I'm not in the room, what do people say about me, right? That's really what it matters at this point. So I kind of want to know that from them. Where would they feel like people would start with them and what they've done as part of their professional career? So go ahead, AG Dan.
So when you sent the question to us, I thought it was a very interesting thing. I think a lot of us think about, like, what is our legacy in this world? Like, what do people say after you're gone? Because we only have so much time on this earth and the impact that we make in this world. And so the one thing that I've realized is that, and I think you pointed this out very nicely, titles are fleeting. Some people try and accumulate money, some people try and put their name on buildings, but all of those things are temporary in this world. And kind of the only thing that I've looked at that really retains is the relationships and the impacts that we make on the people around us. And so as I was reflecting on this question, for me, when I'm not in the room or when I'm not here, what I hope people say is that my son was a better listener than I was. My son was more responsible than I was. My son was smarter Because I believe that, like, for me, like, when I think about my legacy in this world, it will often be with my family and my kids. I think when it comes to, and that's first and foremost for me. Number two is people think about me professionally. I would like them to think that at the Department of Justice, this is a resource and it is an agency that serves all Oregonians. Long after I am gone, the Department of Justice will still be serving Oregonians for years to come. And so part of the mission that we have in service to the Department of Justice here at the state of Oregon is making sure that that is in a better position than when we found it, to serve Oregonians better into the future. And that's a big part of what we're trying to do right now, is strengthen the foundation and add on different elements that will better serve Oregonians. So I hope in a professional sense, people will always talk about my son, as I do. And then the second part of that is that we've left the Department of Justice in a better condition to serve Oregonians for generations.
All right, thank you. That was awesome. And D. Nathan?
Well, good morning, everyone. I guess when I thought about this question, what really came to mind is I really hope that people think less about me and more about the organization which I lead and serve. And that, my goal is always to really bring forth an organization that serves the community in a very particular way, one that is guided by some principles and missions. And those are very simple. One is do the right thing for the right reasons. And then the next is compassionate accountability. For me, what matters when I'm not in the room is, how's my office doing? Are the men and women that I lead, are they living up to those principles? Are they building community? Are they doing it with a thought in mind of how can we serve the community in a way that is very compassionate to victims, compassionate to community members who come to us with many different experiences, with many different life backgrounds, sometimes from other nations, sometimes from other states. And then also, are they being compassionate with those individuals that we are prosecuting? Because overall, my goal, of course, is to have an accountable, healthy community, but it's one in which those individuals that we both serve as the victims and the ones that we serve that come before us that we prosecute, can we get them back to a healthy place to be healthy members of our community? And above all, certainly when I'm out of the room, I want people to say that organization, they are dedicated to this community and they deliver compassionate accountability.
Awesome, thank you. John?
I loved this question as a prompt because it caused me, especially not just to think about my career, but I became the elected DA in Clackamas County in 2021. And in that time, I've seen our society go from defund the police and all cops are bastards to having federal troops in our streets. I've seen us go from legalizing hard drugs to what I hear is a real serious conversation about sending troops into sovereign nations to deal with our drug issue. We've gone from cancel culture to censorship. And we've gone from assassinating people that we disagree with to assassinating people that we disagree with. And my hand in that, if any of you are Kipling fans, will know that he once wrote, "If you can keep your head about you when everyone else is losing theirs," that's what I've tried to do. I've tried to lead with moderation and rational thought in times of extremism on both sides of the political aisle, and that has not been easy. When I first took office, there were people trying to pull me to the left and pull me to the right, and I just had to do what I believed was right and then live with those consequences, whatever they may be. And I think that's where we need to be as a society. We should be having collaborative conversations and not snuffing out our enemies. We should be engaging in conversation. That moderation is what Aristotle called the golden mean. Instead of being extreme on one side or the other, instead of having cowardice or recklessness, having courage. And instead of being stingy or wasteful, being generous. And that's what I hope, if I'm out of the room, people will recognize, you know what John brought? Rational thought, moderation, consideration, listening to what people had to say. That's what I want my legacy to be.
Awesome. Thanks, John. Kevin?
Well, good morning again. If I'm being honest, I want people to think, that's the best looking DA we've gotten. That's it. Next question. Okay. I'm going to change the question prompt a little bit because I was thinking about, we had this question ahead of time, and honestly, it's sort of a hard question to answer. What do you want people to think of when you're not in the room? I'm going to twist it and say, instead, what do I want people to think when I walk into the room? Because that's really my focus. And I'd like all of you to think about the TV show Cheers. This is a generational question. Some of you might say, what? And it's on Facebook or on Instagram. You can see the reels. But in Cheers, does everyone remember what would happen when Norm walked in the bar? What happened? Norm, right? Someone that people wanted to be there, someone that they enjoyed being around, someone who added value to the experience, someone who was a genuinely good person that people liked. And if I'm being honest, I think all of us have that feeling when we walk in a room. We want to be welcomed, to be wanted, to feel as though we belong. And, you know, yes, I'm the district attorney. Yes, this is an elected position. But at the end of the day, I'm a human being. I want to be liked, and I want people to know that I care. So when I think about what I want people to think about me when I'm not in the room or when I walk in the room, my hope is that people think, that guy cares, he tries, he does his best to help add value to any room that he's in or any community that he's working in. And that's the goal I try and live to every day. As a human being, I don't know that I always meet it or reach it, but I'm always trying to get there. And my hope is that that's what people see. And when I walk in the room, can you please say, Kevin? Just once. That'd be awesome.
It doesn't have the same ring, but
no. Takeaway is you want to be Norm from Cheers? Is that what we're...
Yeah, I do not want to be Norm from Cheers.
Supporting cast character. I did not expect that. All right. I don't want to put Kevin on the spot more, but he's the one who suggested in one of our meetings months ago, we should do an Ask Anything panel. This is going to be super awkward if there's no questions. We're just going to sit here. Oh, here we go. All right. So I do have a couple other prompts that I can fit in there while we're collecting questions. But one thing I would like to ask our panelists while I read through a couple of these is, can you tell us one way that you have connected with a community, a person, or a group that has been historically less represented in Oregon? That could just be a conversation you had at a restaurant with somebody, or any information that you're able to gather at an event with somebody. And I would like to actually allow you to elaborate on who that was from that organization. It could be religious, it could be ethnic background, it could be anything. But I think the audience would love to hear how the new school modern AG or DA is getting out in the community and actually talking to people. Because I think that we maybe have images from TV shows and movies from years ago where you just sit in an office and you prosecute and then you move on. And so it'd be great to hear that first too, while we go through some of these questions to get them set up. So who would like to go first on that one? Anybody, anything come to mind? John?
So speaking of generational issues, I've been a prosecutor for over 30 years, and so I've seen a lot of approaches to prosecution in that time. And for the longest time during my career, I think the approach prosecutors took, lead prosecutors, the DA, was to say, you know what, we're gonna keep our head down, we're gonna do good work, you keep your name out of the paper, because that's not a good thing if it ever shows up in the paper, and the public will just know that you're doing a good thing. And the problem was that social media came, and people started generating a narrative about what we do and who we are and what we stand for. And we were behind in that communication with our public, because sitting behind the desk and doing that work wasn't getting us out into the community and actually connecting with the people that we serve. So if there's something that's good that has come out of social media, it's not that I've jumped onto the social media bandwagon. What I did was reach out actually inspired by this group, Building Bridges of Understanding, and created what we call the District Attorney's Advisory Panel. It's a group of anywhere from 10 to 15 citizens of Clackamas County, depending on how many we have at any given time, who are a cross-section of the community on a religious standpoint, a racial standpoint, age, geography within the county. We want a cross-section of the community, and we meet quarterly, and I go to them with challenges that my office is facing in the moment and ask members of the community, how can you help me solve this problem? How can you be a part of the solution? And by the way, it's a two-way street. If you have a community that needs connection with the district attorney, let's make that connection happen, right? So it might be a religious group, it might be your neighborhood, it can be anyone, but let's be out in the community trying to build bridges of communication and collaboration. We've been doing it for about a year and a half. It's a huge success. A lot of it has been educational, both my sharing what the criminal justice system can and can't do, and them sharing with me what the issues in Clackamas County are. Also, people aren't, that rotates in terms of who's on the panel, so we get a fresh perspective constantly, and it's just been a breath of fresh air. But I do want to give a shout out that notion, that idea started with Building Bridges of Understanding right here in this room.
Awesome. Anyone else want to share a story before we get into these? We have about 20 questions. Nathan?
Sure. One of the, I would say, kind of joys of this job is that I've had an opportunity to meet with a whole host of different folks. Wajdi and I sit down at Dar Salaam and have lunch, and it's a wonderful experience. Certainly getting to know the folks at Talk a Mile. So they're here today, so you should absolutely meet with them. An amazing program that connected me with youth, and I got to have conversations that really, I walked away feeling like my cup was full, even though I was invited to kind of help youth understand a little bit more about what I do, but it was truly beneficial to me. But I would say one of the most impactful relationships is that, I have Pastor Robin Weisner call me just almost on a daily basis. But it's great. We have intense conversations. He's a black pastor in it's more Gresham, East Portland, but also with deep roots in North Portland. And we go to church together. We have lunch together. We sat down yesterday at Applebee's of all places with Dr. Haynes, and just have these deep conversations about community, about race, about justice, and so for me, it comes down to being accessible. And that's accessible in an individual level, but also in community and group settings as well. I mean, this has been the greatest joy of this job, is it gives me that opportunity to do that.
It's a great answer. Go ahead, Dan, you have something to add?
Yeah, and I might separate the conversation as we think about, just as all of us, as we're trying to think about our professional lives and our personal lives. You make investments in your personal life where you are building relationships that we grow as individuals, as people on one side of it. Professionally, it becomes very interesting as you step into these roles and the demands on your time come. It becomes very challenging to then want to and force yourself to prioritize the personal investment on the personal side, because you're balancing family, you're balancing these other things as well as the professional. But I think one of the things, and so I appreciate D. Vasquez talking about really the personal element and how do you prioritize your own time, because I think that has to be done. On the professional side, it's very interesting when you're part of an organization, because I also think the organization has to have those relationships, and just like we as elected officials are accessible, the organization has to be accessible. And so the Department of Justice, it's real easy, we talk about this. The Department of Justice is incredibly accessible to other elected officials. It's incredibly accessible to all of the other agencies. But how does a department or an agency, and I think this is something that always has to evolve, are we accessible to community across this state? And that is something that continually has to be modified, looked at. Are we being successful? And then how do we change to do it better into the future? And one of the things that we did first coming to this role is we realized that, especially in this national context that we're in right now, we needed to create a federal oversight and accountability cabinet, which really brought non-traditional voices together so that we can listen. Knowing that as the Department of Justice, we can't be in every single conversation, but we can be a hub, a convener for individuals to come and share with us for what is being experienced in communities so that we can be more responsive as an organization. That's one step as we think about this, but it's also a culture shift. I don't think a lot of us go to the DMV or go to other places and say, boy, all these agencies are accessible. And this is a culture shift as government that we have to start switching on, where people feel comfortable that they're not bugging us, our executive office here at the Department of Justice. It's okay to call us and talk to us. We may not be the right place, but we're going to help you and move in these conversations and move to a different direction. So that's one of the ways that we've been approaching it professionally. And then you also have this other personal element that we all share.
All right. Well, that's a great start to the conversation. There's such a variety of questions here. We'll just go with a very specific, unique branch of the tree. And any of you that want to talk about this, feel free to raise your hand. But what is your stance on the pay disparity between public defenders and prosecutors, and how can you work to fix it, I guess, is the follow-up question. And the average person may not know what that system's like with public defenders versus prosecutors, or that some of them are friends and they actually work together. So you want to take that, Kevin?
Yeah, I'll jump in. One of the best parts of my job is I get to hire people. One of the hardest parts of my job is when we lose an attorney, they come and they give notice to me. We just had one of our attorneys give notice a few weeks ago because she says she wasn't making enough money with her student loans, and she needed to become a defense attorney in town where she could get a pay raise. And that surprised me, because I think the narrative is that sometimes people in government make more than people who do criminal defense work, and that's true in some areas, but not true in all areas. The reality is we need to make sure that we have fair wages for people who are doing important work, whether it's criminal defense work, prosecution work, nonprofit work, in all areas of our society. We rely so much on all of those different component pieces of the system working well together. I often call it our ecosystem that helps make sure our justice system works well. We have a really important facility in Washington County called the Family Justice Center, which has a wonderful group of nonprofits that come together and help out people who are victims of domestic violence or child abuse or sexual assault. But like so many of our nonprofits right now, especially in this era of federal funding being threatened, they're operating on a shoestring budget. And this question reminds me how we need to make sure that all of the areas of our public safety ecosystem, whether it's criminal defense, prosecution, or the nonprofits, are well funded so we can have people doing this good work.
Anything to add to that?
Yeah, and I might add, just as people are thinking about public defense, and you have DAs and an attorney general in kind of an executive space, if you think about our roles and responsibilities and things we've done. And so you have a lot of members of this panel that have been proactive advocates, whether it's funding for victims of crime or whether it's funding to make sure that we have as Kevin always tells me, the ecosystem. That was a joke. He's never said that to me. I think he just made it up here this morning. But in this conversation, you have advocacy, and that's really where we are in when it comes to public defense, or you think about salaries in many different areas. The legislature is primarily the place where you will see the advocacy that will go on in terms of how much money should you pay the various attorneys at different the money that we invest into public defense. So the history, pretty interestingly, if this is something that people care about, probably over the last 8 years, and I served in the legislature, we've more than doubled the budget for our public defenders. Not something we often talk about. When I first got there, there was this real, and this was a very real thing. We had public defenders who would come in and say, hey, I'm not going to be able to maintain this over a 4-6 year period. And so we listened to that as a legislature, and then we made investments. I think you're continuing to see, and I'm no longer a legislator, but just following the path, you're continuing to see the legislature evaluate our public defense system and looking at not only just dumping more money at the issue, but also functionally looking at how are we actually doing the work? Because that also needs to be a part of the question as well. And so that is a conversation that's going on right now, and now the governor is actively engaged in this, and the panel of DAs on this up here today have been actively engaged in making the system better.
So we have, go ahead, you want to add something, Nathan?
Well, I want to allow time for more questions, but I'll always say I've been a very vocal on this topic, and I want to change it slightly from pay parity. One thing it's a crisis in our state, but it's particularly a crisis in Multnomah County and Washington County, and that is that there are thousands of individuals who simply do not get an attorney, and that is in part because of the contract in which the state has done. I'll say that the members of the legislature did an amazing job. They dumped hundreds of millions of more dollars into the system, but we have not seen a change, at least in Multnomah County and Washington County in this area. And I believe as a community, we need to demand more from the commission that oversees public defense, because from our perspective, we cannot obtain justice if those individuals cannot get an attorney. And that is vital and critical. It is almost step one in our justice system. And it is currently failing at an alarming rate in Multnomah County and Washington County.
So we have multiple questions on 2A and immigration. So I'm probably just going to have all of you contribute whatever you want to it. It's multiple angles on the Second Amendment, and John and I text yesterday, and I was like, hey, let's have a conversation about what stricter gun laws mean or what the Second Amendment means to our future. So I guess you can contribute to it however you want in your role. How is the Second Amendment or Oregon gun laws a part of your office and your work? And if there's anything else that you'd like to say about that, that's why we're here, I guess, for transparency in these questions. So these are deep, complex topics, but so we'll go with Second Amendment question first. Whatever you'd like to contribute, kind of come through your office and your work on that, and we'll just kind of go down the line, if that's cool.
Yeah, and again, I'm going to compartmentalize these into different lanes, and I think you'll hear there is the way we see gun violence manifest itself in our communities, right? The way we see that impacting victims of gun violence in our communities. And there are, the Department of Justice, we have pass-through funding that we've worked with the legislature to actually make sure that we're on the front end of the community violence that we're seeing. Now, I'll be very candid with you. I think the legislature needs to advocate more money for that. And was the amount of money that was given the last legislative session enough? Absolutely not. I also was a legislator, and I know there's a lot of competing interests. And if you ask me, as a father of a 14-year-old, do I think we're funding our education as much as we should? I would say no, I don't think we are. So I want to perfectly recognize that there's a lot of competing interests, and this is a very difficult time. However, in this need and where I am trying to advocate, I think we need to do better in the investment in terms of community violence. When it comes to the Second Amendment, you think about the Department of Justice, what is our role and responsibility in these conversations? The biggest thing you're probably going to see in the news is there was a voter-passed initiative several years back in the Department of Justice when the voters pass gun safety laws, or when the legislature passes gun safety laws, and those are challenged in court. It is our responsibility to defend those laws in court. And so we're engaged right now in defending voter-passed initiatives with respect to gun safety, where the Second Amendment is being debated. And so you have a federal challenge and you have a state law challenge, and those are winding their way through the appellate courts, and we've been successful so far on the state court level through the appellate. And so that will continue to wind through. Then the other lane, again, that I would just go back to, we're thinking about safety in our community, there's policy policy that can be passed and move forward. And that's something that often happens in the legislature. However, all of us are in elected roles, and we have a soapbox and we have a responsibility to lead in those conversations. That's something that I've partnered with DA Vasquez on during the last session, working with that. And I know there are other DAs that are very interested in how do we continue to move common sense legislation to reduce gun violence in our communities. And so we'll continue to do that in the responsibility, knowing ultimately that we are advocates and leaders in this space, and the people that will ultimately pass a lot of these laws will be the legislature.
Yes, I mean, from my perspective, looking over Multnomah County, a lot of what I look at is where are the flow of firearms coming from into our community? Because there's too much gun violence in Multnomah County. We've made great strides. I'll say that. That is a highly positive thing to say. Our homicide rate has come way down. Our violent shootings, have come way down. But there's still too many. And so when we're talking about the flow of firearms, we have to look at the different ways in which firearms end up in the wrong hands. And that's where we've looked at as an office. I put forward a bill to change some of the laws around felon in possession of a firearm, particularly when we're talking about individuals that have multiples of firearms, whether we're talking 10, 20, 100 firearms. And so it's really looking to get after that. I've also partnered with some of the groups like Everytown that have looked at things around, firearm dealers, and are there appropriate and common sense safety measures around to make sure that firearms aren't being stolen, lost, sold to the wrong people. And those are very important topics, because when we talk about the flow of firearms into the community, we have to look at that kind of root cause of where are they coming from and how does it keep happening? Because I'll tell you, there's just so many firearms. If you talk to the law enforcement officers here that have served, for over a decade, they'll say it's not the same as it was, 10 years ago. Yes, there were guns in the community. It's always been a part. But now it's just been multiplied by such a high level that it's a big reason why we're seeing this kind of repeat common issue of gun violence day in, day out.
I've been sitting here trying to decide how to answer this question, because what I'm about to say is going to sound like I'm blaming someone, and I guess I kind of am. We have laws on the books to help protect people. And when we think of gun violence, we often think of what Nathan was just describing, what happens on the streets, and that bad people have guns. But as Imran announced at the beginning about my biography, I spent 20 years prosecuting domestic violence. And the number of times that I've seen guns introduced into an argument, I can't even count anymore. That's where the violence is really happening. It's in our homes. Because people are too quick to go grab their gun when someone says or does something they don't like. Now, we have laws on the books. If you possess a firearm with the intent to hurt somebody or to threaten them with that, that's actually a presumptive prison sentence. And I created a matrix for my office on what sentence, when we're doing plea negotiations, what do we recommend? How much time in prison? And it would go up. If you walk into the room and you have a gun in your hand, it's one sentence. If you actually lift it up and point it in the direction of another person, that's another sentence that we would negotiate. And if you actually fire it off, it's even worse. And our judges routinely would undermine those plea negotiations. They would put people on probation for that, even firing a gun within a home. So, do we need tougher gun laws? Probably in some respect. I don't have the smarts to be able to tell you what those should be, because when I look at what we have, they're not being used effectively. If you want to send a message to the community that gun violence is unacceptable, make it unacceptable. That's what I think. So I don't have better solutions for you, but my big concern, and not that I don't have concerns for what happens on the streets, it's what's happening in our homes.
I have 3 children, and I don't often talk about them in public settings because I try and keep my life private for obvious reasons. But I can't help but think about my kids when I think about this question. And they're now older, they're in high school and middle school, so they don't hang out with us as much anymore. But when they were younger, I would take them to school every day on the way to work. The elementary school was on the way to work. So I had the opportunity with each of my 3 kids to drop them off every morning and Before COVID, I could walk them into the school. After COVID, they wouldn't let you walk in. But I saw them go in every day. And I have to tell you, I don't know why, but I found myself every day thinking, I hope there's not a school shooting today. And it was a horrible thought to have that I couldn't get out of my head every morning. And it was like this wonderful experience dropping my kids off, soured by this awful thought, I hope something horrible doesn't happen. And I think about that when I think about this question, because I think the question gets at a sense of safety. And at the root of it, safety and justice, that's what we're all trying to accomplish here in all of our roles in this room. And so for me, safety is really two important components. It's being safe, but it's also feeling safe. And the odds of my children being the victim of a school shooting are really, really low. But I thought about it every single day. So they were safe, but I didn't feel that way. And so with gun violence, I think the insidious nature of gun violence is it erodes a sense of safety in our community. It's a horrible, horrible thing that's happening. We'll never solve it in this room here today, but I think one thing we can do is we can each play the role that we can play to do our bit to make it better. So one thing we've done in Washington County in my office is we created 2 years ago a team called the Community Violence Reduction Team. And the goal of that team is to try and address areas that we see violence impacting our communities, whether it's gang violence or other forms of gun violence or firearm use or other weapons. We work in partnership with the Sheriff's Office, the Tigard Police Department, the other Washington County Police Departments, many of whom are represented in this room, and community-based organizations to try and reduce that violence in our community. Because while we may not be able to stop the scourge of firearms coming into our community, we can do what we can to address the violence that is being used, that those firearms are being used to perpetrate. So that's my take on that issue.
All really valuable takes from all of you. I appreciate that. We'll get to the immigration prompt in just a minute, and there's some questions about ICE and your roles. So I'll just kind of have you think about that in the back of your mind. But there's also another question here about tough on crime was possibly something from decades ago. It's no nonsense, tough on crime. And then there was a overly polarizing direction to reform. So I guess, and the question, the other prompt is, how do you, in your office, kind of get into the moderation approach? I know Kevin mentioned moderation. You know, it's important, right? I mean, I don't want to eat the entire box of Oreos. Moderation, right? Let's just eat half. How about that? Isn't that moderation? So I think it's a great question. How does your office approach getting people out of the community who are a threat and being tough on that, you know, because that's important, but not leaning too far the other way where it's like, well, we need to reform them and let them back out, and then they can hurt someone else tomorrow. Creating that middle moderation approach, I guess. So we can start with whoever feels like wants to start on that one and pepper through. Nathan?
Yeah, I'm happy to start. I mean, it flows with kind of the overall mission, which is, yes, I lived through the days of the tough on crime, and I lived through the days of heightened reform, progressive approach. And out of that, my whole guiding vision has been compassionate accountability, which is we need accountability. We need to have a community that has faith in its system, but we also need to be compassionate. In Multnomah County, that's a huge, huge component of what we do. And, you know, I try to be very deliberate and very direct with folks. The way that I look at it is, you know, the vast majority of people that I prosecute, they're individuals that have made a mistake. Maybe they've gotten off course in their life, and we need to look at ways in which we can hold them accountable, but get them back to a healthy place and get them back to being productive members in our community. I always am very direct, though, and say there are also members and individuals that will commit violent crimes and that are dangerous, and we need to take very swift and certain actions on, and I've never been afraid to say that that's a part of my job. But it is truly that, you know, really balancing out, and to, you know, being moderate is not a bad thing, and being compassionate is always a good thing. And I know that that's our guiding principle at my office.
Great start.
I'll jump in. I've thought a lot about this issue. I would say the one word that I think should describe how we approach it is the word balance. Think of an all-you-can-eat buffet. Has anyone ever been to the all-you-can-eat buffet? Come on. All right. When you go to the all-you-can-eat buffet, they've got everything there. You've got the red meat section over there. You can get beef or steak. They've got the salad bar over there and everything in between, right? And so when we think about the DA's office, the 21st century DA's office, I think should be a little bit like that all-you-can-eat buffet, where there are times when you need to incarcerate someone for a very long time because they are a threat to society. Imagine a scenario where someone has abused a child or committed a very violent crime against other people. I believe incarceration is appropriate and needs to happen. At the same time, we have people who've made mistakes. They're younger. Maybe they didn't start out with all the same advantages that many of the people in this room might have had, and we need to be compassionate and give them an opportunity to be rehabilitated and return to society. So when we think about that all-you-can-eat buffet, it's the same idea where we have different responses for different people depending on the scenario. That's a 21st century DA's office, in my opinion. If we were having this conversation a couple generations ago, it wouldn't be an all-you-can-eat buffet. It would be more of the tough on crime, just the steak restaurant, just the red meat, just go after the crime. And that's not a recipe for success, I think, in a community. So with that approach where we have multiple different opportunities depending on the circumstances, I think we can hopefully create a safer and a just community, and that's the approach that we've taken in my office.
And me,
Go for it.
no, and I thought that I might just offer a similar but different perspective in terms of, how do we navigate this as a society? Because that's really what we're trying to do. Just knowing that for a lot of people, our worst moments in lives don't have to define who we can become in this world, and really believing that as Americans, as Oregonians. So I often will share the story. By the time that I was 19, I didn't graduate high school on time. I'd been arrested 4 times, and I think I, for the most part, was given a selection on the buffet that wasn't the red meat, to continue the analogy. Not the tired bridges analogy from last year's keynote speaker. That was whoo! But in this, in my travels in this world, I wouldn't be up here today talking to all of you if I wasn't given multiple chances in this world, if someone didn't see the potential in me, and then most importantly, and I think this is the thing that I wanted to highlight, is that when we give people second chances, we try and move people into a different space so that they can realize their full potential. What do we do as a society to support those individuals? Behavioral health support services, services with substance abuse. And we're woefully inadequate here in Oregon for where we need to be to allow people to really realize that full potential. So I agree with everything that's being set up here, but then we as society, how are we going to help people move upon that? But then also there is a balance. People are impacted by crime. How do we take care of folks also that are impacted on the other side? So it is this full spectrum that we're really trying to grapple with as a society, and I firmly believe that what we believe today is probably going to be different than what we believe 20 years from now. We're going to probably be doing it better. And so how do we continually evolve throughout this time?
Awesome.
I'll be brief. I've never met a prosecutor who believes that the only way to solve crime is to put people into prison or jail. I've never met that person. We all want to, when we touch a case, make someone's life better. It might be the crime victim, it might be the defendant, hopefully it's both. That's our goal. The challenge that we've had in my career is that we haven't always had the tools to do that effectively. Again, to borrow from my domestic violence experience, when I first prosecuted domestic violence 30 years ago, our answer for dealing with domestic abusers was to put them into a national highway traffic safety course on road rage and teach them that anger management is the way to deal with the issue. And we all felt good about it. We're putting people into programs, and we're very effective. We didn't solve domestic violence one bit by doing that. That wasn't an effective tool, because that's not the core cause of domestic violence, anger management, as we now know. So if there's something that has been positive that has come out of the criminal justice reform movement, it's innovative ideas, and they're not all good ideas. Most of them are not good ideas. But we now have an opportunity to see what works and what doesn't. And I agree with you. 20 years from now, we're going to be in a better place in dealing with crime and dealing with the root cause, not just the symptoms.
Great work. Again, complex topics. Okay, another complex topic. You can contribute. There's many questions on immigration here. I guess to summarize, what is your office's role? There's a lot of note cards here that make reference to the federal level, and there's a lot of note cards that make reference to ICE. So I'll let you just kind of talk through, do you have a role with either of those, groups, or in how? You can kind of talk through that as much as you want. So I think that's a common theme in some of these note cards, is just talking about what's their office's role on immigration. Do you support ICE? How? And are you required to? And there was another question that talked about people wearing masks. And we don't have to get into that, but that was another question as well. So there's a lot of just curiosities and questions about this topic. So we can go that route next. Whoever wants to start with that, we can, again, pepper it as you wish.
Go. All right. And so, again, I think you'll hear a really unique, different set of perspectives from all of us, because we're different parts of the state have a different set of responsibilities. So, and I'm going to take this very broad, because we could probably talk the full hour on this topic. So in the Department of Justice, where we're sitting right now, the thing that, again, I kind of like, most people are very interested in the stuff that they're seeing in the news, and how do we engage as a Department of Justice under those circumstances. The sanctuary status law is often the thing that is talked about a lot when it comes to the Department of Justice. Right now, there's a lot of federal funding that comes into the state of Oregon that supports a lot of the services that all of us in this room care about. There is a philosophical disagreement right now, and this is me being polite and respectful in how we talk about these things, between the federal government and states that have chosen to have sanctuary status laws. And we can get into the rationales and the policy decisions of the sanctuary status laws. Ours in Oregon has lasted for more than 40 years, numerous presidential administrations, and it actually was founded with tenets of actually improving public safety. And it was something that was passed unanimous. When this was passed, it wasn't a partisan issue. This was almost nearly unanimous by Republicans and Democrats in the Oregon legislature, and has had years to have been repealed. We've actually had a ballot measure where Oregonians reaffirmed their commitment to our sanctuary status pretty overwhelmingly, actually. So like, our values as Oregonians in public safety and how this improves that are really well grounded. So we get put into this new dynamic where you have a federal government that wants to test the constitutionality of our laws. And they start doing it in different ways. And one of the ways that they're doing is we'll call terms and conditions. So for instance, if you want to continue to receive certain funding for various programs, it's been transportation funding, we've had education, you have to comply with these terms that we're putting on this funding. Well, of course, the terms and conditions say that you will violate Oregon sanctuary status law. And so this is where some of this tension, where we're seeing this at the Department of Justice. Now, a lot of these, the philosophy and what I would say is the prior judicial precedent is pretty firm. We believe that, and actually have judicial precedent, Oregon's laws are constitutional moving forward, and that is where we are currently engaged in various lawsuits to make sure that money continues to flow into the state for these essential services. We've been successful in a lot of those cases. Sometimes the federal government will wave the white flag and the funding will continue to move forward. Other times we're continuing to have what we get preliminary injunctions to defend these values with a lot of this federal litigation that's going on right now. So know that that is one body of work that we are engaged in as the Department of Justice. One of the other responsibilities that we have at the Department of Justice is something that the legislature gave the Department of Justice, is a hotline for sanctuary status violations. And sometimes what might manifest is people may see things in the community and they might say, hey, I believe that the sanctuary status law is being violated. They will call into the Oregon Department of Justice. We will then have a responsibility to look into that and contact those individuals or folks involved just to make sure that things aren't, that things are, often it's very educational. Sometimes there's folks that may not understand what the laws are, or most of the time, and I would probably say, in more than 95% of the time, it's a misunderstanding of what actually was occurring on in the moment. And so we will investigate that, and then a report is produced to the Criminal Justice Commission. So those are some of the things that you'll see most often right now in the media.
For me, this is just such an important and personal topic. My grandfather immigrated from Guatemala, and so it's something I think about really on a daily basis. And I like to be very direct and clear with my answers on this. So when it comes to what's my office's role with ICE and with the federal agents, I'm going to tell you and be very clear. The answer is we do not have a role. That is not our place. We do not get involved with them. What my role is to serve my community. And my community includes immigrants, families, people that are here to make a better life, and oftentimes victims, in my cases, may be undocumented. And what happens is that sadly, but very understandably, when people come from a different nation, different backgrounds, they look and they see one thing. They see the government. And so my role is really to get out into the community and have conversations with folks to say, look, the district attorney's office, the state of Oregon, Multnomah County, and the local law enforcement, we are not ICE and immigration. We are a sanctuary city. My dedication is to those individuals, to supporting them and their families. So it's very important that when we talk about this, that we come from an understanding that people look at government sometimes as just one big entity. And that's not, with these different layers, it's really important that we distinguish ourselves and what our role is. And my role is here to support my community.
A fact to follow.
I can't say it better. I actually thought this would take a lot less time to answer. We can't do anything. Every person on this panel I know personally, and I know that we're all rule followers, and especially Kevin probably has been since he was a little kid. Traffic guard, hall monitor, that sort of thing. The law is that we can't assist. So that's the answer, right? However, and Nathan just touched on this, my concern as district attorney are those in our communities who are worried that by contacting law enforcement, they put themselves or their family in jeopardy of being deported. And what I see as, again, domestic violence prosecutor, is that the rate and the severity of abuse that people suffer increases because they don't feel they can call the police, right? What Imran started today with was, what happens when the police get called? That's a concern, and it should be predictable, and it is. But I completely understand the distrust, the concern, maybe even the terror that people feel that if they get local police, law enforcement involved, or the DA's office involved, there will be negative consequences for their family that will ripple through the generations of their family. So our job is to reach out to our communities and let them know what we're sharing with you today. I'll speak for myself. There are varying degrees of success in doing that because of the distrust. But I completely understand. I don't take it personally. It's just something that we're grappling with right now.
Let me add to the great comments, first by saying I am now and have always been a strong supporter of Oregon sanctuary law for personal, professional, and practical reasons. Let me also say you are welcome to applaud for me as often as you would like to do.
As the best-looking DA in the...
But on a really serious note, We have a policy in my office, in fact, that no one's allowed to talk to ICE except for one person. It's my chief deputy DA. In the very, very limited circumstances when there needs to be some communication, and I can't even recall one in the last several years that we needed to do, only one person's allowed to pick up that phone and have that communication. That way we keep it simple. We don't work with them. They do their job over there. We do our job here in the community. So that keeps it very simple for all of the 150 people that work in the Washington County DA's office. Let me tell you the real practical reason why a sanctuary law is an important thing. About 7 years ago, I prosecuted a murder case that happened at a Burger King on Highway 99 here in Tigard. So if you're on Highway 99 headed toward I-5, you pass by Costco on the right, Fred Meyer's on the left, there's a Burger King there on your left just before you get to I-5. And what happened was a man, it was a domestic violence situation actually, boyfriend, girlfriend. The girlfriend worked at Burger King. The boyfriend was mad at her, and he came with a knife, and he stabbed her, and he killed her right outside the Burger King where she worked. The video surveillance was broken. It didn't record what happened, but there was an eyewitness who saw it all happen right in front of her. It was the victim's best friend and coworker. So on the Friday before trial began, I'm the prosecutor, we're about to start this important murder case the following week. The Friday before trial began, she called me, this key witness, and she said, "Kevin, my family is begging me not to come to court. I'm not documented. What happens if ICE is there? Can you guarantee me I won't get picked up by ICE?" What do you say to someone like that? You know, the answer was, I can't make that guarantee because the DA does not control this federal agency, ICE. And at that time, this was during the first administration, the first Trump administration, we had seen ICE activity in and around the courthouse, which I think is a horrible thing that should not be in an environment like a courthouse or a hospital or a church. And so I told her the truth, which was I can't make that promise, but I can tell you that if you're not here, we won't be able to prosecute this case, and the man who murdered your best friend will not be held accountable, and these things will happen. I can also tell you we haven't called ICE. We're not asking them to come. We just want you to come and say what you saw so a judge and a jury can do their job. And she said, "Well, I'll think about it." And so I was nervous that whole weekend, thinking, will she or won't she show up? And thankfully she chose to show up, and she testified. ICE wasn't there. She testified, said what happened, she left. And then the jury ended up convicting him, and he was sentenced to prison for murdering this woman. But I think about that because I think even when I'm in a room full of people who might be against the sanctuary law, I say, what if you or a loved one are the victim of a crime and the only one who witnessed it was someone who's undocumented? Wouldn't you want them to come forward and say what happened? Wouldn't you want them to call the police? What if someone's a victim of a crime? Don't you want them to feel as though they can come forward and say what happened? So when I talk about it, both professional reasons, personal reasons, and practical reasons, there are so many reasons why having a sanctuary law is the right thing to have a safe and just society.
Awesome. Well done. And I'll do a couple more questions. We're running out of time here. But there's a lot of questions here, and I want to encourage you to reach out to all of their offices and their emails because they don't get enough emails every day. But no, seriously, like I think that more people in the community should have an interpersonal conversation with elected officials, and I just don't think it happens enough. So I think that a lot of these questions are awesome, and I think it's worth an interpersonal conversation, whether that's face-to-face or asynchronously. I think they could do that, right? They could reach out to your office to have a conversation with you. I think you all encourage that. I think there's a unique question here. It says, I'm a senior in high school, and one of my biggest fears is attending college, being racially or religiously profiled, or there's some details there that kind of highlight that. But I think I want to just have you, maybe Dan could talk about it, because the bias crimes hotline, it depends on what state this person's going to go to college in, obviously, but that's something that a lot of people don't know about. So maybe you could talk a little bit about that, and what qualifies a call to the bias crimes hotline.
Yeah, and so some of you may or may not know that we do have a bias hotline that folks can call into at the Department of Justice. One of the things that we're looking at actually doing, and that might be things that you experience personally, professionally, as you're traveling throughout Oregon. We receive calls into our hotline. What I will tell you is that since the beginning of year, and there's been news reports about this, the volume and frequency with folks that are using this line has increased dramatically. The level of vitriol of actually people calling in and trying to use this resource almost in a way that is defeating its purpose in a very negative way that's impacting the folks that answer the phone has increased as well. As you're taking the temperature of society, taking the temperature here in Oregon. But we have folks that are dedicated to answering that and connecting folks to services, and sometimes there are various resources that we have, although limited, that we can offer at the Department of Justice. I will tell you, and what we are doing to do is looking to reform this, the services and the things that we're able to connect folks to over the long term. So we're going to be presenting a package, hopefully, whether that's in the next long session in the legislature. I think we can do more as a state for folks that are being impacted. We need to expand our work in civil rights at the Department of Justice, and right now that is something that is in its infancy and was started under the prior administration, but we're going to be working with the Department of Labor and Industries to be able to expand the work that we're doing in that arena as well. So that is a resource that folks can have, and you can easily research. If, for instance, you can call this hotline or actually search it on the internet, research it, and then call the hotline. So that's, I think, the kind of summary of the.
That's awesome. Thank you. And then I would want to extend, closing thoughts for each of you. Just anything you want to mention that applies to today's event and the people in the audience, since we didn't get to all the questions, but just add some closing thoughts and then we'll wrap it up from there. So why don't we start with Kevin this time?
Well, I'll just start by saying you all saw the video about how building bridges began, and that was the genesis story of what we're here today about. But I think maybe even more important than how it began 10 years ago is how it's been sustained over time. And I see people in the room today that I don't know, and I think that's amazing. And I see people here that I've seen the last 10 years, and I love that as well. This event began in a troubling time during, frankly, the first Trump administration, and a lot of polarizing rhetoric that was happening around that time. Over the last 10 years, it's brought us through all sorts of different incidents and occurrences and dynamics in our community, some of them national, some of them local. And I personally have found it to be a really valuable resource to have. And it's not just this one event once a year. If you didn't know it, a group of us, we meet monthly and talk about issues and raise concerns. And then it creates opportunities for us to have phone calls and conversations when concerns might come up or a community member may have a question about something. So I think for me, the thing I want to say as a district attorney, we can't do any of the work we do in our office without the community. We need the community to report a crime, the community to testify when a crime occurs. We need jurors to come in and listen to a case and make a decision. We only operate by and through the community that we serve. And a real important piece of that is events like this that help make sure we're connected to all members of our community, not just the ones that happen to walk in my front door in my office. So I want to just say thank you for being here and for all the wonderful questions.
I guess I would echo that a little bit. I am really heartened by this conversation. To see collaboration as the number one word up here means a lot to me, because you don't have to take my word for it. I'm just telling you it's true. My experience in law enforcement has demonstrated to me that when law enforcement officials in Oregon say, we want to hear from you, we want to do better, they mean it. They really do. They're being genuine. And there's an opportunity there, if you're willing to take it, to work with your local law enforcement to figure out how to do that. It's not show. These are good people who are going home into our communities because they live here too with their families, and they want to have a great community as well. So to the extent that you have an opportunity to collaborate with law enforcement, or law enforcement gets an opportunity to come out to your community, take advantage of it. That's why we're here. We're all trying to live in a better society, and we have a real opportunity there. So thank you for this conversation.
Well, I want to start with one very direct message, which is really important, and I can't say enough, which is the Multnomah County District Attorney's Office, we have a very robust and strong bias crimes prosecution approach. We work very collaboratively with the Portland Police Bureau, who also has a robust bias crimes investigation unit, and we take bias crimes extremely seriously, and we have zero tolerance. If there is a crime and we can prosecute it, we are going to do that. So just end of story, period, as direct as I can be. And the last thing that I want to talk about is that, it's no secret that in the last few years, Portland kind of went through some rough times. There was we've had our struggles and our challenges. But I'm really here today to talk about a lot of optimism. And, I'm someone that is always a glass half full type person. And Portland and Multnomah County, we are on the rise. We're turning the corner. We're at a crossroads, and there's lots of challenges in front of us, absolutely. But one of the things that I'm most proud about is that, when I came into office, just here in January, we were at a state where, things were broken. We had broken relationships with community. We had broken relationships with law enforcement. And in the 9 months that I've been here, it's turning around. I would say, if you go and ask the law enforcement officers, I always say, do it when I'm not in the room. Ask them what their opinion is. Are we working together? Are we a system that's working? And the answer is yes. Go ask the community members. Is the district attorney's office out there in the community, working for the community, with the community? The answer is yes. It's because I am a firm believer that as a Portland metro area, as a community in Washington County, Clackamas County, and in Multnomah County, we are at our best when we are working together collaboratively, and we are at a key moment in our history where we are turning the corner, and we're going to see some of those rough days that happened in the early 2020s. We're going to see brighter and better days ahead of us.
That wasn't for you, Kevin. What I wanted to just say is we live in an amazing state. Is it a perfect state? Absolutely not. Can we do better? Absolutely, and that's why we're all here today. But the one thing that is amazing to me in this role is I get to travel and I get to go to all the different Department of Justice offices and see people that have worked for this state for 20, 30 years. You heard it today, DA Wentworth, 30 plus years. DA Vasquez, how long have you been doing public service?
25.
Don't answer, Kevin. You talk too much already. You have these amazing people, and it is one of the most humbling things to travel this state and see people that devote their life, their service to this state. We have 1,600 people at the Department of Justice that are working on behalf of all of us here in this room that are dedicating their lives, their service to this work. You have elected officials that come to conversations like this that genuinely like each other and want to work together to make our communities better. Again, are we perfect? Absolutely not, but that's why we're here. We're trying to learn to know how we can be better. And I think most of your elected leaders, your non-elected leaders, are serving in this spirit. And so I am proud to be a part of a group like this, and I'm proud to be a part of an agency that is truly working on behalf of all Oregonians and has an incredible mission. So thank you all for inviting me here today, and I wish I had less talking from us and more listening in the future. But again, I truly appreciate the honor to be here.
Thanks to all of you, and give them a hand. We're gonna do a transition time for about 5 to 7 minutes. Please, if you're able, you can stand up, take a stretch break, and we will have the other panel start in about 10 minutes. Thank you. We're gonna grab a picture.
Yeah, same to you. Yeah.
I can just kind of gather right here, just in the background. Does that work?
Yeah. You taking our picture? All right.
Great job, fellas. taking that. That's great. Everybody did great. Thank you so much.
Thank you again.
Yeah, that's awesome.
People really wrote.
Oh my gosh, there's literature here that I was trying to decode.
Good job.
Handwriting.
Really nice.
All right.
That's a lot. Wow. We need to
There
remember
was
like
so
build in more
many.
time for.
There were
yeah.
so many, and yeah, I only got to.
Lots on. Yeah.
I only got to, you know. Yeah, I'll never do it.
Hey there, how are you?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Are you sure? Okay.
Yeah.
I can. All right, we're gonna get everybody back to their seats to get the next panel going. Sorry, recess was short. The time, okay, the tentative time was 11 to 11:50, but you can do 11:10 to 12. Or, I mean, 45 minutes is what we had, 45 to 50. And then after it's done, we go into lunch. So it's like, I just kind of want to get people going to get food at 3 tables at a time. So Caprice or I, when yours is done, like towards between 50 and noon, we can start to get them dismissing for lunch. So So do the best you can. I know, I'm sorry. We're behind a little bit, but I didn't even get to 20 plus questions. There were so many. So please head back to your seats so we can get the next panel going. Cool. Yeah, please. I was going to let you do that. As soon as they start getting lunch, there's going to be like a 10, 15-minute cushion in there, and then you can introduce your performer, and then it'll be a 15, 20-minute window for performance, and then we'll do the last panel. And then we'll do...
Where are the other members of your panel?
Are we missing, do we have a couple other people? All right. There he is. All right, please take your seats, and we're going to get this next panel going. Thank you. Love the networking. You will have time to network. Sound like him. You will have time to network during lunch as well. All right, I'm going to hand it off to Linda Castillo, and she's going to take it from here. She's amazing. And yeah, take it away, Linda.
All right. Hello, everyone, and good morning. Thank you for joining us. And as Kevin said, it's so nice to see some familiar faces and some new faces. So I'm looking forward to getting a chance to meet you and hear from you how this is all going. So now we're going to launch into the second panel. And this is a focus really on community engagement with law enforcement, electeds, and such. Thank you. And our panelists, I'm going to introduce them, and then they will tell us a little bit more in their introduction. So I'm Linda Castillo. I've been with Building Bridges since the beginning, thanks to the kind invitation of Polo Catalani quite a number of years ago. And so it's been really a pleasure to be on the steering committee, the planning committee, the executive committee. So I'm glad to be here with you today. So on our panel today, unfortunately, Kolini Futsua, who's a Tongan leader and also works at ARCO at the Pacific Islander Asian Family Center, wasn't able to join us today because of a health concern. But we have with us today David Massey, who's right here. We have Ambassador Carlos Cusnell, who's from the Council of Mexico, and Jawad Khan, who's the Chief Programming Officer here at MET. So I'll go ahead and pass it to you to go ahead and provide us a little bit more introduction and a little bit more about yourself.
All right, thank you. So for starters, my name is David Massey, and if that name sounds familiar, it's because my wife is actually Sheriff Caprice Massey. My current role, I serve as a program director for the I Am Academy. That's a leadership academy. We're centered in the Portland Public School District. We currently service students at Franklin High School as well as Roosevelt High School. But currently I'm also in the process of trying to expand, so hopefully at some point in time in the future I get a chance to teach your young learners either in the Beaverton School District, Tiger Tualatin School District. Thank you for having me.
Yes, good morning. Muy buenos días a todos. I'm Carlos Quesnel, Consul General of Mexico here in Portland. I've been here for the last 5 years with my wife and 3 sons. And well, I'm a 35 years career diplomat, and I'm very lucky to be in Portland. It was an honor to be last year here as observer, and this time it's a big responsibility to be here at this panel, celebrating the 10th anniversary summit. Last year we joined under the same spirit of solidarity, but we know that situation has changed, but we keep working with the Building Bridges, and we are very proud to be here in this event. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. I think it's still morning, so good morning, everybody. My name is Jawad, and I serve as the Chief Programming Officer here at the Muslim Educational Trust. I also serve on the board. And MET was a founding member of this initiative, the Building Bridges of Understanding, in our communities back in 2016. I think we'll discuss a little bit more about that in one of the questions later. And I'm representing both the Muslim population, the immigrant population, and also the marginalized communities themselves. And this initiative has meant a great deal to us at the Muslim Educational Trust. It's one of the unique ones in the United States, and we're extraordinarily proud to be a founding member of it. So looking forward to a great discussion.
Great. Thank you so much. So what we're going to do is we're going to go through some particular questions, and then after folks have had a chance to answer the questions, our panelists have had a chance to answer the questions, we'll also go through the same process of asking you all, if you have questions, to go ahead and get those forward to us, or actually write them and somebody else will get them forward to us, so that you have an opportunity to ask, whatever you'd like to ask in terms of particular communities or anything about community engagement practices, that kind of thing. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started with the first question. I am way shorter than this thing. So the first question is, and we'll start with Jawad. Is that okay? Thank you.
With me?
Jawad.
Jawad.
Start with Jawad. Why did you work to build relationships with law enforcement, public, and/or elected officials? What led to that?
Thank you. For our community, it really wasn't optional. It was essential because, as Kevin mentioned in his final comments, I think, on the last panel, that 2016, that time that we had, and what was going on at that time, as far as the political rhetoric that was in media, it was online, it was in people's thoughts. There was a shift in 2016 that I think we still see the repercussions of today. But even going back further before that, after 9/11, our community was extraordinarily vulnerable. And we were seen as, even if you were born in the United States, you're an American citizen, such as I am, you were seen as someone who is an outsider. And the rhetoric, the suspicion, the things that became hate crimes eventually, and being part of a community that's extraordinarily misunderstood, meant that we had to reach out and form these partnerships in order to protect our own community. And if we're being honest, many of the marginalized communities, many of them represented here, we've experienced real harm and have reasons to mistrust law enforcement sometimes, whether that could be through profiling or inequitable treatment, slow responses to bias crimes, longer sentencing for the same crimes, many different things. But we also recognize that if we wanted to have a safer, more inclusive community, we had to engage and not isolate. Because if we were going to isolate and say, well, everyone's against us, none of this would have been possible. None of these partnerships would have been possible. So we had to make sure our voices were heard by the police, by the sheriff's department, by the Department of Justice, by the FBI, about who we are and what we stand for. And you see some of that today when you get to meet some of the young students here who are eventually, inshallah, going to be graduates. Some of them are close. And you see the wide diversity that we provide. And you see that at the true heart, the Muslim community is just like anybody else. We want what's good for our families. We want what's good for our communities. We want to thrive. We want our communities to thrive. And once people get to know us, they understand it. But we needed other people to understand that as well. And when you have a vulnerable population and you have political rhetoric that allows one population to attack another, then that vulnerable population gets even more vulnerable and is susceptible. So we knew we had to make these partnerships and to create these partnerships, to build these personal relationships that could reduce this misunderstanding and improve accountability as well. And so that's why Muslim Educational Trust, Brother Wajdi, Sister Rania, and others, they co-founded this initiative to create a safe, structured space where we could have honest conversations like the one we have today, where we have open questions, and those questions are answered about this mistrust, share experiences openly, and build trust over time. And so these relationships are not just about policy, they're about human connection and mutual respect that I think every human being deserves, and then sometimes gets lost when we have fingers pointing at each other about who is at fault. So this was an essential thing for our community, and I think for all marginalized communities, to create such an initiative.
Great, thank you, Jawad. Consul General Quisnell, why and how did you work to build relationships with law enforcement and all the various possibilities there, the public and the elected officials?
Yes, thank you. Well, I will start saying that as you may know, with such a large population of Mexicans living in the United States, we have 53 consulates all over the U.S. And when we talk about Mexicans, we talk about 35, 36 million people from Mexican roots, 10 of them born in Mexico. And so we have a lot of work. In 1996, and just also to mention that 53 consulates, that makes the largest consular network of one country in another country. In 1996, we opened a consulate here in Portland, so almost 30 years ago. And as some of you know, we have also a very large population in Oregon, around 600,000 Mexicans. Many of them have a legal status, they are double nationals, but there are some 70, 80,000 with no legal status. So for us, it is very important to have a connection with authorities, to help our community, to guide them, to provide them with the right information, and to make it easier so that they can access to so many resources that they are available in the state. We offer our community different services in different areas. Regarding protection, and please let me mention that the Consul of Protection is here, Sofia Arriola, and my colleague Jamila, who works with Sofia. Regarding protection, our primary responsibility is to protect the rights of our nationals, building relationships with law enforcement and elected officials, and also representatives, allow us to advocate directly when there are issues involving safety and rights. We also promote trust in our community, which is very, very important. We all know that many of not only in the Mexican community, but in all the minority communities, mistrust law enforcement. So living right now in these times of a lot of uncertainty, where members of the community, mainly victims, are not approaching to local authorities because of fear. So we have to establish strong working relations with authorities, with agencies, with community organizations to help to build a bridge and to assure that the community keeps reporting crimes and feels safe accessing to the services needed. As we always emphasize at the consulate to our people, the consulate is a safe zone, it's una zona segura where they can talk, they can say whatever they want, and nobody will ask anything other than what they need. Certainly our main objective is and will never to re-victimize a person, and this helps to make people feel confident when they are coming to us. Regarding the education, through partnership, we organize a joint outreach efforts to explain to our community the roles and functions of local authority. People many times or most of the times don't understand who is who, what the police does, what the sheriff does, what is the difference because local, state, and federal authorities, what ICE is, which is totally, they have a totally different job. And for example, a sheriff's office explains the functions in workshops with our nationals or a victim's assistance, and unit explaining the process to obtain victims compensation. We also promote effectiveness during an emergency. When there are emergencies such as car crashes, fatalities, or natural disasters, our relationship with public safety agencies allow us to respond more quickly and in a more efficient way to support those affected. I remember when I came over to Portland 5 years ago, we were in the middle, not only of the pandemic, but of the fires in the southern part of the state, and we could respond very quickly, organizing 3 mobile consulates and bringing them not only legal assistance, but particularly financial assistance, and allowing them to get documents because many of them lost their trailers, their homes, they lost their documents, but we could not have done it with the support of the community organizations and with the local authorities. As you might have heard, we just experienced last week, a fatal, terrible car accident where 4 young Mexicans also died. And as we know of these cases, we try to get the most information as possible through the authorities. We contact the authorities, we contact the victims, we contact the family of the victims, and we do everything possible to provide assistance. So I invite all of you that if you know of a Mexican who faces any troubles or any emergency cases, please do not hesitate to contact the consulate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the same question for you, Mr. Massey.
So for me, I think for myself, it was important that I build relationships with law enforcement, especially being married to a law enforcement officer. So when me and my wife first met and started dating, really all I had to go by was our previous experience, interaction, meeting each other, which was when we were 19 years old. So when we had first ran back into each other, she had told me she was in law enforcement. At that time, I was in sales. And I made my position very clear how I felt about law enforcement. And I told her that, yeah, I trust you, but I can't trust all law enforcement. And me and her, we used to have a lot of spirited debates. And I can remember one day she said to me, she said, well, you do realize that law enforcement agencies, we draw from the same gene pool as every other career. And so I thought about it, and she's right. I was a salesman, and so over the 20-some years I was in sales, I had worked with a lot of really shady people who were doing all kind of things that were wrong. They were cheating customers. And so I kind of had to apply that rule to myself. It was like, okay, I don't want my wife to condemn all salespeople as being shady and sneaky and underhanded, same way that I know she doesn't want me to automatically broad brush and condemn all law enforcement officers as being shady and prejudiced and all that stuff. So that was the first thing. But also it was just over time, the more deputies I interacted with outside of work, and then also having a chance to actually come into the Washington County Sheriff's Office and actually meeting different people, and then just over time. But also I think that it was really important and crucial that some of the law enforcement officers that I met, that they began to kind of see me for just David and not necessarily Caprice's husband. And I think a lot of times when it comes to society, when you don't know a certain demographic or you don't have a lot of exposure to people, you paint pictures in your mind and they kind of get set in. And so for me, like I said, I'm 54 years old, and unfortunately there's certain things that have happened in our state's history that I can't forget and I can't unsee. And so for example, I work in Portland, and every time I drive down Martin Luther King Boulevard, when I go past where the Burger Barn used to be, in my brain, I see the pictures of the dead possums that were thrown on the Burger Barn steps. When I get further down MLK and I get to 7-Eleven, I see the 7-Eleven where Tony Lloyd Stevens was choked and murdered at. And I can remember that those law enforcement officers that did that, they were selling shirts that said, "Choke 'em, don't smoke 'em." So there's all kind of certain things that, yeah, I'm married to the sheriff of Washington County. However, I'm still a black man. And when I'm out in the world, I have to carry myself as a black man. And quite often, there's times where when I'm out and about driving, for me, my whole life is compartmentalized, because when I'm driving in Portland, I feel some kind of way. I generally feel tension. And my wife, she could even tell you that the last time that I was pulled over and profiled, we were in Northeast Portland leaving the Chipotle by Lloyd Center. And I was pulled over for no reason. And so like I said, so for me, I've been able to build those relationships. I've been able to get more comfortable and have more faith in law enforcement by being married to a law enforcement officer, also having law enforcement officers as friends, but then also just kind of over time, me kind of opening my mind too. And so I can remember, after the murder of George Floyd, my oldest daughter, she had called me, she said she wanted to go down to a protest. And I told her, I said, I support you going down, but I said, just be careful, be safe. And at that time, I told her, I said, I think what happened to George Floyd is horrible. And I told her, I said, but I think that the city of Portland, they need to apologize for the Burger Barn incident and Tony Lloyd Stevens, that she didn't know what I was talking about. So that was also kind of what spearheaded me into getting out of sales and going into teaching. So I've only been in education for 4 years. And so now, what I do now, I'm trying to help this younger generation become more comfortable with law enforcement, understand their rights. I'm also trying to encourage some of these young students to maybe go into a career in law enforcement and explain to them that, you know, if you don't like the way your community is being policed, then do something about it. Then go down and turn an application. And I've actually had pushback from some other educators that I work with. They tell me that that's a terrible idea, but my thing is this: it has to be an all hands on deck process. It's like, it doesn't do any good for people to only throw stones if you're not gonna actually help. So like I said, that for me, it was literally trying to make a difference in my life, my wife's life, but also my 3 daughters. And so I think it's crucial that everybody, learns to get along with groups that you're not familiar with, learn to see past a person's uniform. And I think that's also part of the reason why a lot of my family members, they really became comfortable with law enforcement, because so many of them, they had seen my wife in regular civilian clothes, and so the first time some of them saw her in uniform, they were shocked. And so I explained to them, well, yeah, this is her work clothes. And so for me, I think if we can get people to kind of literally break down those barriers and see past the uniform in the community, but then at the same time, law enforcement officers, they need to see past, especially that interaction with teenagers, because that's kind of the demographic that I work with, a lot of teens. And a lot of times, the interaction that teens have with law enforcement, it has been kind of triggered and set by what they've seen on social media, what they've seen on TV. So automatically, if they have an interaction with a law enforcement officer, it's probably going to be negative, because that's the energy that they're going to carry. And I've tried to explain that to a lot of my students, is that if you do have an interaction with a law enforcement officer, if you know you haven't done anything wrong and you're a minor, you don't have to talk to them, wait till an adult gets there, but it's literally just trying to explain to kids, you know, how to navigate the world, but also I think that the world in general, adults, city leaders, law enforcement officers also kind of have to understand the youth. So.
Thank you. Yeah. All right. Thank you for sharing these really great perspectives from some very specific communities that impact us all, even though they may have happened in particular communities. Thank you. So given the work that you've been doing in the community and at your organizations, what have been some tangible outcomes and benefits of for your community because of this relationship with an engagement with law enforcement or elected officials? Let's start with you again. Yeah.
Well, for me, I think probably one of the biggest tangibles is, like I said, kind of to go back to the students I work with. So every year that I've been in education, I've tried to make it a point to take kids on a field trip out to the Washington County training facility. And so I don't know, some of you were here last year. One of my students, Jasmine, she came and spoke. She was here with me, spoke at the panel last year from a teenage perspective. Well, last year when we took some students out to the Washington County training facility for the field trip, she had a ball. And she was riding in the car, and she had her phone out and everything. And I can remember, even like the previous year, we took some kids out. The funny thing is, a lot of the adults in the building, they were against it. I had some teachers tell me that that's a terrible idea. You shouldn't take the kids out there because, you know, some of them may get triggered. And I explained this, like, you know, the permission slips, if they don't want, they're not being forced to go. But what I saw from that field trip was all the kids, I could see that their guard coming down, because they're having interactions with law enforcement people in a non-threatening environment. They're getting to actually meet people, see them, you know, outside of a negative situation. So for me, I think the biggest tangible, you know, benefit that I've seen is the number of kids who I've personally introduced to my wife and other law enforcement officers, and it's gotten to the point now where when I'm at an event, if me and my wife are at an event, a lot of my students, they're happier to see her than they are me. And so there was, I'm dead serious, there was a game last year, me and my wife went to a Roosevelt basketball game. They're playing against Lincoln. And one of my students that I work with, it was her senior night, she was a cheerleader. And as we walked in, as we're walking through, we couldn't even get into the gym without students stopping. Hey, Sheriff, I saw you on TV, and they're giving her hugs and everything, and they give me a pound. But when they see her, like they don't see Sheriff Caprice Massey. They look at her more almost like the cool auntie. And so, like I said, a lot of it is just kind of getting to know people, you know, and like I said, just the tangible that I see is the kids who are really opening their eyes and kind of being willing to be open to actually interacting with law enforcement.
Great. Thank you very much. Consul General Kusnel?
Yes, thank you. I think for the Consulate of Mexico, the relationship with authorities and elected officials, the most important thing is to get a trust, to have a good communication to solve the problems. And regarding the tangible results, I would divide them into several areas. Regarding the documentation, we have offered several workshops to authorities about the different types of identifications we issue or that our nationals can carry. This allows the authorities to familiarize with the different IDs and their safety measures. Regarding protection, one example is our ongoing collaboration with several sheriff's offices, particularly those in Multnomah, Marion, Washington, and Clackamas County. This office consistently provides us with timely consular notifications where a Mexican national is detained, allowing us to assess whether the individual requires consular protection services or simply needs assistance in contacting their family in Mexico. I really take this opportunity to thank you, all of you, for your help in this process, which is very important for us to start trying to offer support to our nationals. We also have experienced this level of cooperation with district attorneys directly and their offices. The coordination has been very important, especially in cases involving tragic events, as it enables us to support families back in Mexico and because they receive accurate information and timely update about the process. The Department of Justice has also offered different trainings in labor trafficking that have been useful to the consulate. Such training has improved the way we understand the situation in a person and has allowed us to identify human trafficking cases. It is also important to highlight that we seek that this collaboration is not only from one way, but that it should be bilateral with all the agencies and the organizations. We want to keep it that way. We want you to acknowledge that you can reach us as a source, help you to confirm identities, contact families here in Mexico, issuing documents in emergency cases, and in certain cases providing financial assistance. We are certainly not a law enforcement agency. We are a consular, and so we have a limited scope according to international law and US law. But we participate very actively in the community, in the Know Your Rights events, and we also organize important events during the year, like the Labor Rights Week, like the External Legal Advisor Week, and many, many other events where if you are interested, you can also come to us and we would like to have your presence. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Jawad, so that question also for you. What have been the tangible outcomes and benefits to your community because of this relationship and engagement with law enforcement or elected officials?
Thank you, Linda. First and foremost, I think safety and response for our community, I think, has improved, and this is a direct outcome of the direct communication channels we now have with Tigard Police, Portland City Police, the Washington County Sheriff's Office, and the leadership that's there, the relationship that we had with Sheriff Garrett, and now the forming one that we have with Sheriff Massey. I think this has meant a great deal to us because you see that you have people in power who take our concerns seriously. When something happens in the public that has nothing to do with us, but yet the fingers get pointed at us, we have people who feel unsafe. And the response time in this direct communication that we've had has been one great tangible outcome for our community. And I think also this forum has enabled us to co-create other education opportunities. And we've hosted cultural competency trainings, Ramadan iftars. Many of the people, the leadership capacity here, have attended, and they've gotten to know our community on a personal level. And for us, this means that our voice is being heard in a capacity that perhaps was not heard in the past. I was just speaking with somebody here about 15 minutes ago, and she spoke to me about what we said last year. So I wasn't going to mention it, but I'm going to mention it again in this capacity, especially as I see our seniors here. And the education opportunity allows people to see the real concerns that our community has as far as safety is concerned when something happens or in general. And I tell this story because I see the senior students here and the juniors, they're taking AP Government. And I taught AP Government once upon a time. And I told them the story, and it's a personal story of mine. Here, living in Tigard, I live 2 miles up the hill. And that I was walking with my daughter, who was 3 years old at the time, and a car drives by, rolls down their window, and says, "Go back home, sand nigger," at the top of their lungs. Now, she doesn't remember this story, but I remember the story. And I told the story in a different version to these students who are now college graduates, all of them. Yeah, all of them are college graduates now, most of them. And I asked them, is this a crime that happened? And so the answer is no, it's not a crime. And the reason that it's not a crime is because the founding fathers, when they framed the Constitution, they wanted first and foremost to protect free speech. No matter how ugly, no matter how vile, no matter how disgusting, even the people, there was 2 people in that car, the person who says it, even the other person who's listening to it, you feel disgusted by it. You can't ever find any pleasure or joy in that. But the founding fathers, their vision of the world was that as soon as you limit free speech in any way, then you're going to limit political dissent. That's going to be the first step. But if you probably were to ask Jefferson and Madison and Adams and so on, if you were to ask them, well, whose responsibility is it then to address this? And they would say it's the community's responsibility to uphold morality, to uphold civic harmony, to uphold the rights that we value for our fellow human beings. So I think that initiatives such as this has allowed that for other people to see other people's humanity. And there's a reciprocity in there that we see it that we also understand law enforcement in whatever capacity has an incredibly difficult job. And it oftentimes is in a no-win situation. Because if you do this, you're going to get blamed by this side. You do this, you're going to get blamed by that side. But our communities also have a lot of things that has happened to them and their stories. And then when people sit together like this and exchange, we get to learn about that, and that grows in, I think, in each other's humanities, and it chips away a little bit about the stereotypes that we have of each other, because we all have stereotypes about each other. So I think that has been a tangible outcome, because the data is out there. If you look at, for example, our community, the Muslim community, you see the polls that have been taken about what people feel about Muslims or Islam, and it's highly negative. And this is everyone that lives in our community, our neighbors, law enforcement, everybody. So this type of forum has given us that opportunity to educate and to be educated as well. And I think that's deeply meaningful. And I think that's deeply powerful. And I think if people are honest about it and they take it at the intent that was intended, then I think that also engenders really amazing outcomes. And I think lastly, it just gives us a seat at the table. As the saying goes, if you're not at the table, then you're on the menu. And for the Muslim community, specifically the immigrant community, or any marginalized community, to be able to sit with decision makers and power brokers and the people who wield this decision making and power is incredibly important. And that's what we try to teach to our young people, because we're not going to isolate and go into a shell because of the way we've been treated or the way we feel people have treated us, or what the rhetoric is in the media, or that you never see anything good about yourself in the media or YouTube comments or on Twitter or anywhere else. But no one else is going to change that for us. No one was going to change that for the Black community. No one's going to change that for the Hispanic community. No one's going to change that for any community. We have to do it ourselves. And then Along with that, we also have partnerships with people who are well-intentioned and well-meaning, who truly want to create a safer society and want to understand the perspectives of everybody, and then why some of the things happen the way that they do and how we can best address them as a best possible outcome for everybody. So I think those are at least 3 tangible outcomes that have come about because of this Building Bridges initiative.
Great, thank you so much, Jawad. Yeah, there's much to be said about being invited to the dance and helping to plan the dance, but also you can bring your chair at the table and be at the table. So thank you for that. All right, our last question, and we're going to be able to go a little bit extra because lunch is going to be a little bit delayed. So we're going to take a little bit more time. And then if folks have any other comments or questions, please bring them up. Thank you, Mary Pat. All right, so our last question is, and we'll start with Consul General Quisnel. What recommendations do you have for improved bridge building with law enforcement or elected officials?
Yes, thank you, Linda. As I mentioned before, communication is very, very important. So ongoing proactive communication between law enforcement and elected officials and community leaders help build trust before it is tested. We don't have to wait until there is a tragedy or a conflict to start talking. Second point is that it is important to invest in culturally appropriate outreach. This includes offering services in different languages, and we're always happy when we see that there are services offered in different languages, especially for us in Spanish, understanding the lived experiences of immigrant communities, and training staff in cultural sensitivity. Another one is include youth and families in the conversation. If we want long-term change, we must engage youth, not just as recipients of policies, but as participants in shaping it. And the last one is let you know that we are here as members of the community and that you can count on us at the consulate to help the community.
Great, thank you very much. David, same question for you. What recommendations do you have for improving this bridge building with law enforcement or elected officials?
I would say probably just to continue what we've been doing, but also build upon it and do even more of it. I think the more interactions that the community has with law enforcement outside of a situation where it's an emergency or anything like that, I think that that's powerful. But then also just to also kind of break down those barriers and getting to know each other personally. I can remember some years ago, I was coaching football, and one of the assistant coaches, he was a law enforcement officer, and all of us coaches, we knew it, but he came to practice in regular coaching gear. And I can remember that there was a day he had to leave, and he was getting changed in the parking lot, and the look on some of the kids' faces when they realized what he did for a living, because they saw him putting his gear on, and I remember one of the kids was like, wait, you're a cop? And so it was funny because even though he had been coaching them all that time, in that instant, there was a little bit of, they kind of started to change their perspective about him. And I can remember myself and the guy who was the head coach, we had to explain, it's like, well, why do you treat him different now? He's been coaching you all this time, but now because you saw what he does for a living, now you feel different about him. And so I think, like I said, those conversations, especially when it comes to the next generation, because one day, all of us are going to be gone, and so our kids and our grandkids, they'll be sitting in here having these exact same conversations. And so hopefully, by the time that happens, there has been a significant change and a shift, and I think that happens with dialogue.
Wonderful, thank you. Jawad, same question for you.
I'm not sure if I was on one of the planning committees or not, or I was adjacent. I think Brother Wednesday or Kevin could answer that, but I think one of the ideas that we had was to make the dialogue ongoing and hold maybe smaller check-in events where we could address maybe smaller things that happen. As you know, as is mentioned here, many things happen throughout the course of the year, and you have one summit to address all of those things, but I think the idea was to have something quarterly where we could have a smaller event to talk about some of the things that are happening. So that could be one thing, but I think to continue with one of the core founding beliefs of this organization was to start with the relationships and never with crises. Because if you start with the crises and then go outward, then we never had a chance to avert it in the first place. So begin with those relationships and continue to deepen them.
Great. Thank you very much. All right. We have a few questions and comments here. One of them is, says, sympathy and compassion for walking beside our families and communities. So some gratitude to you all for doing the work that you're doing. Another question here is understanding that many community members are scared to gather in large or even small-scale community or public events. How do you suggest we adapt or get creative to offer these opportunities and have it feel safe for people to attend? So whoever would like to take that question. So how do we keep communities safe for these small or large events?
I'll go ahead and start because honestly, when I heard that question, I probably could have wrote that question because honestly, there are some days when I am in large crowds of people, and my wife and my kids, they know this about me. I'm always hypersensitive, just because even outside of what's happening currently in our current environment, just over my time in my life, I've been in some situations and places where violence broke out and I wasn't prepared for it. And so for me, honestly, I get that question, but I would say probably to make yourself feel more comfortable is to stay in a group. Also, just kind of keep your head on a swivel. Because like I said, my kids, they always kind of joke whenever we go out to eat. Me and my wife are like, no, I'm not sitting with my back to the door. And so even like now, when I'm in large crowds, even though I can be watching a football game, I'm always scanning, looking around at everybody else because unfortunately, it's kind of the time that we're living in.
Thank you. That hypervigilance is hard to let go of. Yeah. Who would like to go next?
I think another to add to that, and that's a great suggestion, is that if you have events that are low stakes entry, it could be a cultural event or a picnic, where you might have opportunity for some of this dialogue. So it might not even be explicit, which I think sometimes has some baggage of expectations to it. But if you have something that's low stakes entry, like an event like this, but allows for maybe part of it to have a community dialogue. So it might not even be explicitly for this, but it could be something and concerns that everybody shares. And you can structure it with, simple questions, sometimes like we've had with the roundtable topics. I think that could be one way of doing it as well. And that could be in a variety of settings in a variety of organizations led by a variety of culturally based organizations.
Well, at the consulate, we try to be in different events of many different areas. One day we are in law enforcement, another day we are in cultural issues, etc. But what we try to do is to have a contact direct with people, with our people, so that they can trust us. And we do this exercise every day at the consulate. We talk to people directly to try to make them aware that we are the same people, that not only to Mexican, Hispanics, but minorities. And I think the best way to work with community and to convince everybody that we have a responsibility, everybody is in this, and we are part of that responsibility as a consulate. So we organize different events where we bring people, we invite people, we bring also representatives of different organizations and try to make the environment more familiar for our community.
Great, thank you. All right, here's a good question. How do you hold law enforcement accountable while maintaining strong ties, given the work that you're doing with community and law enforcement? How do you hold them accountable? It's $1 million question. We have some ideas. Whoever would like to start. David, do you have some thoughts?
I'll go.
Yeah.
Probably just, holding everybody accountable to their actions. I think a lot of times in this world, we lose sight of that right is right, wrong is wrong. And so I think a lot of times people do try to play this both sides. Well, what about this? What about? It's like, and honestly, a lot of the kids that I work with, I tell them point blank, if you leave this school and you walk across to Fred Meyer and you shoplift, you should go to jail. And some of them, they look at me like, I can't believe you're saying that. And I explain, it's like, well, you're breaking the law. It's like, and I try and explain to them that they didn't put Fred Meyer there for you to go steal. And so, but then on the flip side of that, I think that when there are some kids who I know they're stealing out of necessity too. Because there are some kids that the only meal that they have is when they come to school. And so I think it's kind of a balance of when situations like that do happen. It's like, yeah, the kids should be held accountable. They definitely need to understand that you cannot just walk into Fred Meyer and walk out with a rotisserie chicken under your arm. But at the same time, it's like, I think when law enforcement gets involved, it's like, do they need to go spend a month in jail? No. But it's like, so it's kind of a balance. And I say that from experience. My first year teaching, there was actually a group of one sophomore and 3 freshmen, and I taught 2 of the freshmen. They had stole a substitute's car and kept it over the weekend and drove it around, and when that substitute came back on Monday, he saw his car, and so the school, they went to the video and they saw the students that did it, and all those students did, they wrote a letter of apology, and then they served 1 day of in-school suspension. And so I didn't know whose car it was until the following year when he was in my classroom and we were talking about it. He said, oh yeah, that was my car. And so I asked him, I said, well, did you call the police? He said, no, they didn't want me to call the police because they didn't want me to put the kids in the system. And so that was also one of those things where I told him, I said, I understand that. I said, but if you steal a car and keep it over the weekend, you deserve to be in the system. So like I said, it's a balance.
What?
There's that's a good answer. We are in a virally connected world now, and I think any action can't go unnoticed. And we have many different connections with CBOs and other organizations where if we do feel that law enforcement has not acted in the correct manner, that we have to publish it. We have to publicize it. We have to do it through our organizations. There are letters to newspapers. Even if they're online, people still read them. And then, of course, through our own social media outposts. And then, of course, those who are voted in, then we have the power of the vote to address that as well. But I think that if we do honestly feel that law enforcement has not acted in the right way and has made a mistake or has acted prejudicial, we have to voice those concerns. And I think an event such as this that brings different organizations together is important in that front because it allows us to make connections. And then if one community has an issue in a certain area, another community might have those same issues. And then through that, our voices can be amplified and these need to be made public. Of course, there's only certain limit that we can go with that, and then the power is in someone else's hand at that point. But if we do feel this is our opportunity to organize, make these connections, and then make those grievances known and heard, and try to have an equitable outcome from it.
Well, as a representative of another government, I must say that we have to be very careful if we make every expression about accountability of any law enforcement agency. We are here to protect mainly to protect our nationals, and we are here to try to make them accessible, the legal resources for them so that they get good results in many ways. But certainly there are some cases where we realize that there is some accountability of authorities, and we, in a very nice and diplomatic way, try to bring the problem to their attention. So not in a way of complaining, but to try to get a solution to the case and to try to convince our partners to work together to avoid incidents and to try to reach responses, to try to reach mechanisms to avoid that kind of incidents happen again. What I have lived experience here, and I've been here for the last 5 years, I think we are blessed that we live in a sanctuary state, that we have the understanding of most of the authorities. I can say even that I have not only good relationships, but friendships with many different representatives of law enforcement agencies. And again, communication is the basic thing. A good relationship make our life easier, better, and better for the community. That's why we are here to work for our community.
Great, thank you very much. We know this work can be taxing. You're kind of between your community, you're kind of working with electeds, law enforcement. So one question that's come up a couple of times here is maybe you can give 1 or 2 examples of how do you take care of yourself? What's your self-care go-to? Yeah, whoever would like to go first, go for it.
Yeah, I'll go ahead.
Okay.
So, hey, for me, honestly, and I started doing this 3 years ago. I was in class, and there was a student who I really like her, but she was just really testing my nerves that day. And I thought to myself, I'm not going to blow up on this student because it will end bad, but I'm going to go home and do yoga. And so now I get up every morning. I ride my spin bike, and I do Tai Chi, and I do yoga. And that's literally like I said, I kind of keep myself centered. There's times when I am dealing with kids, even yesterday I had a really full day, and by the time I got home, I was just mentally just burned out. And even, I did a little 15-minute Tai Chi routine, just kind of unwind and kind of shut it down. And I know a lot of my friends, they kind of laugh at me because they're like, man, you're a football player and you're doing that yoga and Tai Chi? And it's like, yeah, because we're old now. I'm not tackling. So yeah, yoga and Tai Chi and eating healthy.
Yeah.
Well,
for those who maybe didn't know, Mr. Massey was a powerful linebacker for the U of O. So we got a good history there.
And I feel it every day still.
Who'd like to go next?
Okay, well, it's not easy to be a consul. I've been working for the last 35 years at the Foreign Service and always working at embassies. This is the first time I work by a consulate. And believe me, this is a very intense work. You arrive at 8 o'clock in the morning at the consulate, and if you leave at 5, 6, 7, you don't stop the whole day. So it's really intense, but in a way, it's also it gives you a lot of satisfaction because in an embassy you work for medium, long-term plans. In a consulate you work for immediate results. People get their documents or get their financial assistance or legal advice, and they leave very happy from the consulate. Even though we are certainly under a lot of stress, there is a lot of pressure from our community, especially now that we are going through very complex times, and you know what I mean. But we also receive a lot of pressure from Mexico because Mexico has to also the government of Mexico has also to give results and to keep supporting the community abroad, the migrants who are very important in many ways for our country. So at the end of all this list, they are the consuls, and here there are 2 of them at the Consul of Mexico. So there is a lot of stress, there are a lot of activities, and first rule that we have is that we never get angry. We cannot get angry, even with our people who usually come to the consulate like they are expecting bad treatment or abuse or something. So we have to keep calm, and we have to keep smiling, and I think again it's a blessing to be in Portland, to be in Oregon, because what we receive from all of you, from many people, is just respect, support, friendship. So it has not that difficult to cope with the stress. But if you ask me the way that I cope with sometimes the stress that we face is family. Family in the sense of my wife, my 3 kids, but also friends as you, groups where we can participate like this one, when we can express what we feel, and that we can have a dialogue and bring our worries and our complaints when we have in a way that we respect the others. That's it.
All right, thank you. Jawad?
I think the question itself is interesting because it embolizes the evolution of the empath, and because in 2016, I don't think we probably would have gotten that question, but I think individually, whenever you have any time to go for a walk or lift some weights, and then for us in the Islamic tradition as Muslims, I think prayer itself is a time of renewal and self-care, and I find solace in that as well. So that's a great question, though.
Great, thank you. Yeah, we're trying to look at the whole person. This work is complicated and long-term, so we have to take care of ourselves. So today you've heard from Consul General Carlos Quesnel, Mr. David Massey, and Jawad Khan. Please join me in thanking them. Okay, lunch is coming out soon, but before we head off to lunch, let me just do an introduction of a performer we're going to have, because once lunch starts to fray, you're not going to hear anything, so let me just say it now. We have the honor of welcoming Cristina Briones Campos. Her family's from San Luis Potosí, Mexico, and she grew up in Cornelius, so here in Washington County, and she's been singing in church since she was 7 years old. She's a former middle school choir director, and currently serves in the music ministry at St. Alexander's Church. And she currently works for a nonprofit, let me see right here. Let me get to that. Organization called Joy RX, Joy Prescription. As a musician, bringing joy music to Dornbecker's Children's Hospital and Randall Children's Hospital. And today she'll be sharing a variety of songs in English and Spanish. And I believe that's Christina right there. Okay, so she's going to get set up, and I'll segue to you all for what's next. Okay.
And as soon as they're done taking a picture, I would like to take just a brief moment before we break for lunch to turn it over to the consul for an opportunity for him to give some well-deserved acknowledgement.
Thank you very much, Caprice. Well, I would like just to take a minute to tell you that since I came to this place, this beautiful city of Portland, we have received so many expressions of gratitude from many people, and a lot of support from many groups, and Building Bridges is one of them. So I want to really recognize your work the whole year, because you work the whole year, and this is a great group, and I want to recognize everyone, every member of this great group. But today, since we are celebrating the Hispanic Heritage Month, we would like to make, to present a special award for a special person that we consider has been a very important member of the community in general, and the Hispanic community in particular, and who has been a member for many years of this group, and I guess has been a pillar also for the construction of the evolution of Building Bridges, who is our colleague and friend, Linda. Linda, she deserves a big applause, and she didn't know, but we would like to deliver this award from the Consul of Mexico honoring Linda Castillo for her exceptional leadership, dedicated service, and long-lasting contributions in favor of the Latino community in Oregon, promoting diversity, inclusion, and the well-being of all global citizens. So, thank you, Linda. Muchas gracias. And keep that hard work for the community. Thank you.
Was not expecting that.
Great job, Linda.
Let me gather my goodies.
You're awesome. All right. Now the fun part. Well, it's all been fun, but now it's lunchtime. All right. So, a couple things. I'm going to try to just have you go. We're going to just dismiss the closest row of tables is going to go first. Here's the only thing that for how you differentiate is the chicken option is in the black box and the vegetarian option is in the transparent. So these tables right here, we can just do these along the wall. You can go first and grab yours and come back to your seat. And then once you're back, I'll dismiss the next row. And outside of that, we're just encouraging everybody to use this time to network, exchange information, a business card, have a meaningful conversation. And we will then have musical entertainment here in a little bit. So wait for the directions for the next row to dismiss, and we'll go from there. All right, that was quick. So next row over here, starting second row of tables over, please all the way back, dismiss, and then once you're done, we'll get through the last two. Mary Pat, that means your table. Your row's next. All right.
everyone. Can you guys hear me? If you guys hear me, can you clap once? If you guys can't hear me, clap twice. And if you like your lunch, clap for the last time. Come on. All right, let's give a round of applause to Christina for playing an amazing music. Thank you so much. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. We are here for our third panel. My name is Darwish Zakil. and I'm one of the founder and director of Community Advancement at the Afghan Support Network. I'm also a formal culture advisor and interpreter for the U.S. Army in Afghanistan. And I am a proud member of Building Bridges since 2022, when our DA, Kevin Barter, invited me for the first time to be a part of this amazing coalition and platform. Today, I'm honored to moderate an important conversation about public safety, trust, and community engagement. And we have our dear sheriffs from various counties of Oregon, and we have a unique opportunity to directly hear from them about their approach law enforcement in a manner that fosters trust, promotes fairness, and ensures accountability. I would like to give a chance to all of our participants to introduce themselves, tell us about your role, and what area of the state you represent. I will start with you, Captain Lenz.
Thank you for the introduction. I apologize. As you may have heard, my name is Lance Hemsworth. I am not the elected sheriff of Multnomah County here in her place. For Multnomah County, though, I am happy to be here. The Multnomah County Sheriff's Office provides corrections, public safety services, and law enforcement to the most populated county in Oregon. Most people recognize it as, obviously, Portland is the county, or is the city seat of the county, but most of us are stationed further into the East County area. MCSO oversees, in addition to that, 2 corrections facilities, the Multnomah County Detention Center, as well as the Inverness Jail. And it's comprised of 4 separate divisions, being business services, agency services, corrections, and law enforcement. As a captain, I'm in charge of the investigations unit, which is essentially detectives and special investigations. And I'm also happy to report them the chief of police for the city of Fairview, which is one of our 4 contract cities.
Good morning. My name is Nick Hunter. I am the Marion County Sheriff. Marion County for you all is about 60 miles. Hey, Pat. It's about 60 miles to the south and houses the state capitol in Salem. My office is right there in the courthouse in downtown Salem. The Marion County Sheriff's Office, we have about 400 employees, 4 divisions, some similarities, some differences. I also house community corrections under my my sheriff's office control. That's a relationship that I have with the Board of Commissioners. As far as Marion County goes, 1,155 square miles. We have some areas in Marion County where the population density is actually greater than the city of Portland. As far as services goes that are provided by Marion County, I do have my enforcement division, I have a institutions division, my community corrections, which I mentioned, and then my operations division. One of the things that I have coming along the way that's been great is I've been able to work in 3 of those 4 divisions before becoming sheriff. Every single time you look at a different service that we provide and how we provide it, you learn more about that interaction with the community, what that means to interact with the community, and how the community, again, interacts with those services really helps to shape how we, in Marion County, look at finding one way, and one way is kind of a loose term, to be able to constantly interact with the community, but interact with the community at all of those different levels. So very privileged to be here. Thank you for inviting me. I know Sheriff Massey invited me to be part of this, and happy to interact with you all today.
Thank you.
Hello, I am Sheriff Caprice Massey. I am the elected sheriff right here in Washington County. And so yes, that's what I'm talking about. I have been with the Washington County Sheriff's Office for about 21 years, and I worked starting in our jail division. Later, I worked through every uniformed rank there, went over to the patrol division, went back to the police academy in my early 50s, which was an adventure, and went through our field training and was elected sheriff last May and sworn in as the 33rd sheriff in January of this year. It is my deepest honor to be here to respond to questions that you all have for me and figure out how we can continue to invest in, work with, and build the incredible relationships that have been the foundation of building bridges of understanding in our communities.
Thank you. Before I dive into the questions, I want to acknowledge that I think being a sheriff is not an easy job. It's challenging. You're constantly balancing community needs and public safety. Sometimes, work with budgets. It's also so to let's approach today's conversation for the audience. I mean with curiosity and respect, and maybe even a little humor. After all the work that they're doing, and the work there is very serious, but they're all humans and community members. So let's give a round of applause for these amazing people on the stage for being here. To begin with, I want to start with exploring some of the foundations of leadership, your values, and how they guide your work in the community. So my first question is, it will be across the board for all of you. What are your values, and how your values building relationship and trust in your community based on those values? I'll start with Sheriff Macy, and then we can come down.
Thank you for that. Well, I will tell you that like all of us, my values have evolved over the course of my lifetime. So before I became a deputy sheriff, ultimately to sheriff, I served 9 years in the United States Navy. And in that time, I really was passionate about my values of honor, courage, and commitment that the Navy really instilled in me and gave me that initial sense of service and how I wanted to serve. However, when my oldest daughter turned 4, I realized that I needed to be present in a way that the Navy could not guarantee, because I had been deployed for 6 months when she was 2 and 9 months when she was 4, and I needed to be home so that I could be there for her schooling. I worked at a sheriff's office on the East Coast for a long time, or for about 4 years, and at that office, they didn't have values that were obvious that they instilled in us. And so I just continued to carry that honor, courage, and commitment. When I got to Washington County, I was immediately hit with core values that not only continue to allow me to implement that honor, courage, and commitment, but they spoke to me personally differently than the values that I received in the Navy. And so while I still hold those, my values of do your best, do the right thing, and treat others the way you want to be treated are so much more than the values that we hold as the Washington County Sheriff's Office. They are the last things I say to my 3 daughters when I get done talking to them, or when I'm putting my youngest 2 on the bus to go to school every day. And I can tell you, having grown up and made several bad choices as a young person and an adult, that each and every time I've made a choice where I could have done better, I can point to 1, 2, or all 3 of those values being areas I missed. And so my values: do your best, do the right thing, treat others the way you want to be treated, and they are what I try to embody in every single interaction. There is not a person that works at the Washington County Sheriff's Office that cannot recite them from memory. There's not a person that applies to the Washington County Sheriff's Office that cannot recite them from memory. They are part of not just how we serve, but who we are. And they are non-negotiable, and they have to be a part of every interaction in our community.
Thank you.
This is what's always fun about panels, because someone always goes before you and you rarely get to go first. And so then you have to start looking at what has already been said so that we don't just create redundancy from one side of this sort of table to the other. But I appreciate a lot of what Sheriff Massey said when it comes to those initial values that get you into law enforcement or get you looking into public safety. When you're talking about that courage, that sort of value of responsiveness, that I want to be that person that is in the community that can offer to help when no one else may be willing to help. And so when I look at values, the easiest way for me to explain that is every new employee at Marion County, the first thing that they do is they meet with me and the undersheriff. And what I don't want to do on their first day is overwhelm them, to set a level of expectation that may not be attainable to them. So I start with really 3, or you could make it 4 very simple things. One of my biggest values is professionalism. One of the first things I tell my folks, and some of them really struggle with this, is I tell them, when you come into this agency, I have no expectation that you will make any friends while you are here. My only expectation when you walk out of this room and go to whatever division or assignment you're going to is that you will be professional in everything that you do. And if you are professional in everything that you do, you will certainly make friends along the way and build those lasting relationships. But it starts with professionalism. And I start with professionalism because I will get into a couple more, but the way I look at the entirety of my job is to look at my agency internally, and what we do internally is what I can expect for us to do externally. And so if we don't do things well internally, I cannot have an expectation that we're going to go out in the community or connect with our AICs or anyone else in a good way. So after that professionalism, the next thing that they hear from me is around communication. And human beings often struggle at what communication means. So I define communication to them, and I stole this from a philosopher. I did not make this up myself, but communication involves 3 things, and every conversation should involve 3 things. The first thing that it has to involve is candor. We have got to be open and honest about what we are actually talking about, because human beings are great at being subjective. You can go back to the work of Daniel Kahneman, and he will tell you that 98% of the decisions that you all make every day are made by satisficing. They're made subjectively through the midbrain. And if we really want to be able to solve problems and look at the root of problems, we've got to be open and honest about what we're talking about. The second part is intelligence, and it has nothing to do with an IQ or any other scale. It has to do with removing that subjectivity and entering in objectivity. But the third part of communication is my favorite and the one I stress the most, and that is goodwill. Every conversation should involve goodwill. Law enforcement is tough sometimes because we are the ones that have to deliver bad news. We are the ones that have to say, we can't do this. I see some of my DA peers that are in the room, and there are things that we simply cannot solve. But we can be open and honest about why that is. We can be open and honest and provide that why so that we close that loop, which may not make the end result a happy conversation, but it is in the best effort of goodwill. So that I don't keep going long with my values, I'll give you one more, and it kind of builds on where Sheriff Massey was at, but one thing that I challenge my folks to is, what can you do better every day? Is that something that you individually can do better? Is it better for the team? Is it better for the organization? What one thing can you do better every day? And that's how you should start your day, is outlining what you intend to do.
All right. I think the easiest way to state my values is to just tell you who I am and why I do the work that I do. For the longest, since I was a young child, I wanted to be a police officer, loved the work. Joined the United States Marine Corps when I was 18, about 25 years ago. 1, because I wanted to serve the country, but 2, because they hired me to be a military police officer, which you can do at 19 instead of waiting until 21. So I entered into the Marine Corps in that capacity, and then eventually came back home to Oregon to work in law enforcement. I love the work. I've always loved the work. I think when I was younger, it was about driving fast cars and being able to, help people, but also tell people what to do. As I've gotten older and matured, I still love the work. It's just changed to a capacity of, I love being part of the community, and I want to be, or strive to be, part of the solution in the community. Things just like building bridges. I had the opportunity to join this monthly meeting here about just under 3 years ago, and I just really enjoy connecting with the community, finding ways to connect the community, and keeping on the continuity of accountability. Say our values, or my values at the Sheriff's Office, is just simply to do the right thing for the right reasons. We do uphold integrity, accountability, and service as our core values. But I've got to serve as the Chief of Police for Wood Village for about a year, and then for the last 2 years in this role, I've been at Fairview. And I love being the Chief of Police for a small town. Wood Village is about 5,000 residents, for those that don't know, and Fairview, where I currently am, is about 10,000. So I do get to practice what I preach, so to speak, and be involved in the community and see the difference that it can make, whether it's showing up for Easter Sunday to pass out stickers and candy to the kids, or whether it's being the chair of the Public Safety Administration Committee to shape public policy, see what the community sees as the most pressing public safety issues. We bring statistics and show them that the data suggests that this is happening or that is happening and violent crime is down, but it's really what they see every day, what's important to them, and how we can shape the policy for the small town of Fairview to essentially make life better for everybody that lives in that community.
Thank you. As we go through the questions, the audience also have an opportunity. Please, if you have a question, write it down, and my colleagues will go collect them. Well, thank you for sharing. We heard from what are their values. We talked about professionalism, about, so now it's, values are the foundation of trust, right? So let's see how that translates in the community. It's important how these values been implemented in real life, in real work and action. So as part of my next question, what strategies have you implemented to build community engagement, collaboration, and investment into the public safety? We can start from Captain Lance, and then we can go from down.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. I would say that trust is, we all know that trust is something that's easy to lose and very hard to earn back. So we recognize that going forward, and everybody wants to have trust. We want to have trust in our private lives, with our families, with our significant others, and we absolutely want to have trust and partnership with the community. That starts with the partnership or the collaboration with the community, and it also starts with just how we establish the frameworks within the public safety organization. For instance, we have deputies that are assigned as community resource deputies, deputies assigned as school resource deputies, and we also have deputies that are part of the homeless outreach programs and engagement, what we call the HOPE team. These are built in or baked in, so to speak, of people that aren't necessarily just responding to calls for service. They're there, they're an integral part of the community, whether that's in the schools or in our homeless communities, or in just the community resource sector, where they can basically work with partnerships with the businesses, the schools, and ensure that wraparound services are met. In addition to that, we want to create safe, consistent spaces for community feedback and dialogue. We do that by attending city halls, town halls, events such as this, where we hear from the community, we see what's working, and how we can work towards even more solutions in the future.
Sheriff Hunter?
Excellent. I'm going to be the one that's going to rock the boat, so just hang on with me for just a minute. But trust to me is actually a misused word. We throw around that word trust, and it actually is not something that is simply achieved. As human beings, we are not trusting human beings. And so the word for me that I use when we're talking about trust is actually rapport. And trust becomes a byproduct of rapport. So when we look at how are we going to build that rapport in the community, and Marion County is a very vast and diverse community if you look at the 355,000 residents as a whole, one of the first things is how do we meet people where they are, not bring people to us. Everybody's been in that environment, whether it be that you were in some sort of a relationship and you had to go meet your new father-in-law for the first time, or you had to go ask your father-in-law or soon-to-be father-in-law for a hand in marriage or something. And you usually ended up in an environment that you were not comfortable in the first place, making that interaction excessively difficult and creating barriers that didn't need to exist. And so one of the things for Marion County and what we do is we want to meet people where they are. We want to meet people in their communities. We want to be invited into their communities. My executive assistant that works for me every day, she knows that the first question that she will ask if anyone asks to have a meeting with me is, where would you like to have the meeting? I very rarely bring anyone down to my office unless they have an interest in actually seeing my office. And that ability to meet people where they are is how we start building rapport. How we start meeting people on their own terms, not the terms that we are setting. And we can't look at an environment and say, you know what, I'm not sure I want to go into this environment, or I'm not sure that this is a productive space to have a meeting or a community gathering. We have to look at that as a challenge, and how do we go into that space and become part of that community. And don't go in with the expectation that this community is going to open their arms and say, yes, please come join us. That's the rapport part. You have to go in, you have to show up, and when you show up, say what you're going to do, follow through with what you say, and actually do it. And again, don't expect that that first time is going to be the win, because you're going to have to show up again, and you're going to have to continue to show up. You're going to have to be consistent, professional, have that candor in what we are doing if we want to build that relationship strength, that rapport will eventually lead us to that byproduct of saying that we have trust. But trust at the end is something that we agree upon. My communities and I agree that we have trust in this community, but that's not something that we put on the table to start with.
Before we go to Sheriff Capris, I just want to have a follow-up, and then Sheriff Capris, you can also talk about it. So we talk about collaboration in community. So can you give us an example, like how your department or your sheriff department, that collaboration in real time with the community? Because this is two-way road. We want to have, one is the expertise and the trust that you have in the values, but how that's in real life implemented. What are the examples you can give us that you do the collaboration in the community, in community involvement?
Sure. So community involvement and that collaboration portion comes from us intentionally seeking that out. What we have found is that folks are not necessarily going to come to us and say, hey, we want to be part of this. You've got to go intentionally find those folks and sometimes, for lack of a better term, drag them into the room and make them be part of it, because they don't have that comfort or that certainty coming into it. And so you've got to bring them in, but then you've got to find that. So we do that. I have my own, for the sheriff, I have my community advisory committee. And that community advisory committee, this is a great example, Darwash, because when I took this over from my previous sheriff, this turned into, I met with the community and the community wanted a report from the sheriff. Tell me what's going on. And I realized very quickly that this was nothing more than an information sharing meeting that went one direction. And that was the expectation. And I said, no, if it is going to be a community meeting, I want to be an attendee at the meeting, not in charge of it. I want to hear from the communities and those folks that are on that panel or on that actual committee. I need them communicating with their communities. What do their communities need? What do their communities lack? What do their communities see? What is the perceptions? That's the information that I want to come back into this if we want to build those collaborations. And those collaborations, what those turn into is teams. So I can get information from a community. Where are we lacking? Where are we missing? And then we can internally start to develop teams. And by internally, I mean with those community members, to develop teams to then go back out into these communities that are addressing specific needs that came from the community themselves. Yeah. Not from us saying, hey, this is what it looks like. We can certainly bring analytics into it, but I need the community to tell me what we need, and then we need that ability to then again listen, to then go into that community and show them that we heard, and then demonstrate that we can actually do this together.
Thank you. I'm just going to repeat the original question again to Sheriff Capris for you. What strategies have you implemented to build community engagement, collaboration, and investment into the public safety?
Well, while I did not implement it, I think that this event is a beautiful example of how we in Washington County came together and then extended beyond just Washington County to bring us all together to really demonstrate that we are not policing our community. We are part of our community. We happen to be providing public safety services to our own communities. and being able to show up in a way that isn't, this is what you need in the community, but this is what we need in the community, I think is critical, because we are quite literally all in this together. And most of us, not all I understand, but most of us live in the communities that we're serving. And it's just not possible for us to do it on our own without everyone in our community. We are all responsible to some degree for our own safety. And one thing that every single person shares, regardless of socioeconomic, cultural, racial differences, every single one of us wants to feel safe in our homes, neighborhoods, communities, businesses. And so it takes all of us to be together to talk about how what we're doing and how we're doing it, how does it impact specific communities? How can it be tailored differently depending on the call? Because every call that we respond to or every person that we interact with has a different need and wants to be communicated with and served in a different way. And so our ability to be flexible and evolve and to listen is really, to me, the most important thing that we implement in our service.
Yeah. Thank you. As we talked about, we heard about improvement in implementation. There's a question from the audience. When we talk about improvement of every day, what metrics are you using? Are you using internal metrics, or is there an intention to involve the community? You can, anybody can go. If Lance, if you want to start, and then we can go, Captain Lance.
Sure. I think certainly we look to data. We have a robust data collection center with the Multnomah County Sheriff's Office, so we look at trending data and calls for service and which way those are trending. But also, like I said before, data doesn't always tell the picture that people feel in their community. So we know what the numbers are in data, but we also know that one particular group or one particular community or one section in another community has a completely different concern than somebody that lives down the road. It can be shaped by their neighborhood, it can be shaped by their background. There's many things that come into what is it that is your greatest public safety concern. For some people, that is literally parking in my city, and for other people, it is the fear of political unrest or the fear of ICE coming to town and essentially deporting some of their friends or family. So the community has a wide range of concerns, and we do present data regularly, forward-facing dashboards that anybody can go to at any time and look at, but we're also there to paint the picture in each small town and in the community that we serve to say, what is it that's important to you? What can we do to make your daily life better, whether that's providing you with information, or whether that is increasing enforcement in one section or another, slowing down dangerous drivers in the neighborhood, or having a more robust presence in the schools. So I'd say that we present data, but we also follow up individually through town halls and meetings and hear directly from the community.
Sheriff Hunter, or go. Either one of you.
I know. I always just get long, so I wanted to look at Sheriff Massey and see if she wanted to go first. So I completely agree with what was just said. So data is a very interesting thing. Data ends up being black and white. But one of the things when we talk about, I'm going to use the term equitable data, who are we actually polling and where are we getting this data from? That's always interesting when you're looking at data. So data is not necessarily the book, or it is not the meat of the book. It is just simply a chapter in the book. But if you want to truly find out what is happening, this is where you have to get outside and you have to have conversations. You have to actually rely on, my patrol folks is a great one, because they are the ones that are in these communities every single day. And so if we don't elicit feedback from them, we are missing a very valuable data source. When it comes to metrics and how do we measure success, I will use the sort of current drug crises, which really is not a law enforcement issue. It's a health problem. It's a public health problem that we're going through. But for my law enforcement assisted diversion folks, which is those that are trying to
keep or reduce contact with the criminal justice system by getting folks into treatment, getting them stabilized and in support. I get this question all the time. What is your metric of success? My metric of success is one person at a time. One person at a time. One person that we get into treatment, one person that we get into stable housing, one person that we get back into gainful employment, or my favorite metric, one person that we reunite with their children. That is a useful metric to me. And sometimes people struggle with that because that is not me laying out a whole bunch of numbers in front of them and a whole bunch of percentages and a whole bunch of trends. But when we talk about that commitment to the community, when we talk about that commitment to livability and how we are trying to improve livability, that's one person at a time. One person in one community that we make that better. And what do we learn from that? That one person that we can help, that we can get on that right path, that one person can do exponentially for us what we could never do on our own. Because that person in their own community is now talking to other people, sharing their experience, sharing their ability to look at it and say, I can get better, now you can too. And so using that as a metric of one person every day or one person however you want to look at it, that tends to be a much more measurable and meaningful data point and statistic for my folks.
Thank you.
And then I will just say for myself and for the Washington County Sheriff's Office, we do consider a data-driven approach, evidence-based policing, community feedback in the form of compliments or constructive criticism on how they experienced us. I appreciate feedback from our public safety partnerships and partners in other areas of the county and throughout the state. We measure success through the passing of our levies. We measure success through the retention of our incredible public safety professionals who are out there choosing to serve and put their lives on the line every single day. And I guess the way to sum all of that up is just to say that there is no one way that I consider what is successful, other than difficult dialogue that is based off of all of our desires to get better, do better, and be better. And so when I hear that, when I hear that people are comfortable enough to say, hey, you got it wrong right here, I consider that success, because that means that you actually believe that by telling us or me that something better might happen, that I might hear you and I might actually consider your feedback. And so I think it's necessary to have a holistic approach to what success looks like, because what it looks like for me is going to be drastically different than what it looks like for the consul, or maybe even what it looked like for former Sheriff Pat Garrett, because we are in a different season, continuing to evolve and continuing to provide the service we provide based off what our community is telling us they need from us in this next season.
Thank you, Sheriff Macy. So I think now it's also important to who is, as we talk about the policies and outcome community collaboration, but who is running these policies? So now we'll talk about how the hiring process, recruitment has happened in the police department. There's also questions from the audience, but I will combine all the questions and make it one. But what are you doing to ensure equitable outcomes in recruitment, hiring, and retention? And how important is it to have law enforcement professional to be from communities of color? We can start with you, Sheriff, please.
Ooh, this is my favorite. This is not about me, but I'm going to say it, because I actually said it to former Sheriff Pat Garrett when I was applying to be a lieutenant at the Sheriff's Office. There was a question about how we get more women into leadership and how we empower and provide an office leadership that is reflective of our community. And I told him that unless he promotes qualified women, people like me won't believe that they can be in that role. And it worked. Shocking. So many things I thought would be good ideas were not great ideas. I thought that one was a great idea. With that, what I will say is, just like that, it's essential, now more than ever, that we are representative of the incredibly diverse communities that we serve. And that means that I and we have got to be intentional to make sure that everyone in our community knows that serving here in Washington County and anywhere, to make sure that there's a chance that anyone who calls 911 or who you interact with in the community could maybe see a responder that looks like them, has a shared life experience like they do, comes from a similar background that they do. Because the more reflective we are in our community, the more well we can approach our service, the more diverse we are if there's a language barrier, the more able we are going to be able to connect with someone when they are having their very worst day. And the more that they will see themselves reflected in their public safety provider. I have got to tell you that this has been one of the most important things for me, because Washington County is the most diverse county in the state of Oregon. And we have got to do a better job of being more reflective of our diverse community. We have to be intentional about it, because not everyone grows up thinking that they want to be in public safety, or they want to serve, or they want to be a deputy, or they want to work as one of the non-certified professionals supporting our public safety mission. And so we need to be out in the community directly telling our community that they would be valuable in our public safety service.
I can tell you right now, I'm not going to give you a better answer. It's to one position. We've seen that change now, and we've gotten as low in the early 2020s, we may have had 20, 25 for one position, which still sounds like a big number, but it is not the recruitment pool that we once had. And not only is the recruitment pool changing, but we've got to go out into these communities, and we've got to build confidence and certainty within these communities that don't feel like they can be part of law enforcement. One of the things that we have done significantly is anyone that is interested in working at my office, we will now set you up with a recruitment team member. This is not an afterthought or anything else. From the time that you say you're interested, I will work, or my recruitment sergeant will work. That's probably a better way. I don't do it. He does it. But he will set you up with the best person that we think fits to walk you through our process. And the process itself should not be a mystery. The process itself, these are the steps. These are the things that you can do to better prepare for these steps, to better prepare for that interview, to better be prepared for any written test or other things that might go on. That's an intentional from us to ensure that when they are coming to that interview, they are set up for the best chance of success. Because I want that diverse workforce within my agency, but to get there, that's where we've had to focus on that different word of equity, not equality. It's equality in the sense that here are the parameters that you have to meet to be part of this office. The equity side is not looking at the end, it's looking at the beginning. Where are you coming from, and what are you potentially in need of to get you into this process with the best chance of being successful in this process? And what that starts to look at is individual needs. What are the individual needs to get there? That's where you need a recruiter that can actually take that sort of broad scope of what are you bringing forward today and what do we need to improve on just to get you into the process to be successful. So again, I am not going to give you any better overall answer than Sheriff Massey just gave you, and I'll just give you that other little component into recruitment, and I wholeheartedly agree with her on the internal side. If we want folks and we want that diversity within our organization and that diversity within our rank structure, command structure, executive teams, we have to actively go out and intentionally recruit those folks. And we've got to encourage them to participate. I can't necessarily wait for people to develop their own confidence and certainty Some folks, you got to give it to them. You got to put them in environments where they can see that they can succeed. And when they see that they can succeed, then they want to follow you through that process. And we get some of our best leaders by the folks that never, ever thought they were going to be leaders in the first place.
Thank you. Captain Lentz, you want to?
Yes, let me just follow both the sheriffs here. No, they pretty much hit all of the same better than I could put it. However, I'll just simply say that I think all of our goals are the same. Our goal at Multnomah County Sheriff's is certainly to attract, develop, and retain the highest skilled, talented population of folks that we can that best reflect the community that they're going to go serve. And the only way that we get there, like both the sheriff said, is through intentional recruitment. Again, same when I was hired 20-some years, you put out an announcement and it would not be unreasonable in the Portland metro area to have 400 or 500 applicants for one open spot. It did make the job of choosing easier when you're starting with this massive pool of applicants. And then also being intentional. So today we work a lot harder. We have larger recruitment teams that are constantly evolving strategies. They're finding new places to go to, sometimes out of state to military bases, sometimes just all different thoughts of sky's the limit kind of mentality for recruiting and trying to find the best applicants that we can to reflect the community. We definitely have an equity-informed interview process. Once it gets to there, we have the support of the Office of Diversity and Equity and hiring managers who help assemble an equitable panel, which also, as we know, the first phase of when somebody is ruled out or moved forward in the process after being recruited to the sheriff's office is in the interview process. So we're intentional in recruitment and where we recruit, and then we're intentional in how we start the first process, which is oftentimes the first interview panel. And with the end goal, like I said, of having the best applicants possible that want to come and serve and also are representative of the communities that they serve.
Thank you. So we talked about community collaboration, values, and policies and strategies. Now we're going to talk a little bit about money, which is funding. Without resourcing, nothing is possible. So let's talk about how the offices are funded. So my question to you guys, how is the sheriff office funded, and who decide what is included in the budget? If you can start with you, Sheriff Caprice.
Oh, boy. I thought when you said that we were going to start talking about money in the budget that my county administrator started to walk out the door, but I see that she just stopped at the end. It's okay. I'm going to be nice. I promise. So good. So you all may or may not know, but just like pretty much everything else I've said, it's not a one-pronged approach to funding the Washington County Sheriff's Office and our public safety mission. Our majority of our funding comes from the county's general fund, which comes from property taxes. I will say that we have a significant statewide property tax funding structure issue. What that means is that our property taxes can be raised no more than 3% every year. Well, inflation does not respect that rule at all. And so inflation is just overarching larger than that 3%. I live in Washington County. I don't want to pay more taxes. However, I do also want to fund all of our necessary critical government functions. So we're not keeping up with the statewide assessment there. But a majority of our funding does come from the general fund. Another large pocket of our funding comes from what is called our ESPD levy, which is the Enhanced Sheriff's Patrol District. That provides funding for our urban unincorporated areas that choose the Washington County Sheriff's Office as their public safety provider. I live in our ESPD, so I pay that levy. It's every 5 years, and it provides patrol services for those areas to ensure that all of our communities continue to have that extraordinarily professional service. And then we have the other larger bucket that's about 16% of our budget, which is the public safety local option levy, that is also every 5 years. Not the same 5 years as the ESPD levy, so about 2.5 years in the middle there, we are going out for a levy. That levy provides about 16% or roughly 110 positions at the Washington County Sheriff's Office. But it covers services for the Sheriff's Office, the District Attorney's Office, Community Corrections, and our awesome juvenile services. And so that will actually be on the ballot in November, on November 4th. I'm going to take the opportunity to say, if you live in Washington County, that's right, please vote for that levy. And then we do have some contract services that are a small amount that we add to that with our cities that we provide contract services to: Cornelius, North Plains, Banks, and Gaston. So that's really the majority of the funding and how it's allocated. And then it is up to myself and my team, and honestly, our Board of Commissioners and our county partners to identify what the priorities are. Most recently, for instance, I know the district attorney talked about it, but last October, we began the Community Violence Reduction Team. The work that team has done just since October with 2 detectives and 2 sergeants is that they have taken over 280 guns off the street in less than a year. So for me, it is essential that I prioritize, thank you, because that's how I feel. It's essential that in this budget cycle, for instance, that I prioritize getting them more resources, because if we can do that with those few resources, could you imagine what we could do if they were more robust? And so every year it's slightly different on what we need, and it's up to us as leadership to prioritize those things.
Just to follow up, Sheriff Macy, is there a way, I don't know, educate me here, that how, or is there the community involvement and or a say in kind of funding the police departments? Is there something there?
That's a great question. Yes, absolutely. So first of all, our budget committee is made up of community members, in part, who get to have an active voice in how our budget is allocated. And so I encourage everyone, tell your friends, tell your family, participate in that. And those are all public budget meetings anyway, as it relates to, me going to present my budget to, or my request to the Board of Commissioners. Those are all public meetings. And so I encourage you to be engaged with your county commissioners or your city councils, and make sure that you're a part of that.
Thank you. Sheriff Hunter, you have anything about the budget?
Yeah, I'll throw a couple things on there. And so one, and Sheriff Massey just said it, all of our budgets are public documents. They're online. What many people don't know about the county budget, and I will clause this first. Are there any commissioners in the room? Okay, good. So the commissioners actually control the purse strings. That's the way the county budgets work. The way that I best describe my commissioners, and I do this in the nicest way of fiscal responsibility. How many have seen the show Shark Tank?
I've seen it.
Okay, this is my life. My life is basically interacting with Shark Tank. That is what my commissioners are. And so at the end of the day, if you look at the general fund in Marion County, it's nearly 75% of the general fund in Marion County goes to public safety. Now, public safety is not just me. That is the DA's office. That is our juvenile department. There's other aspects, but 75% of those property taxes go to actual public safety. There's some misconceptions that are around there around income tax. Your income tax goes to the state. Your income tax does not go to the counties. So that is a different piece. When it comes to how do we do those budgets, absolutely. So we prepare our budget. Our budget goes through a budget team. That budget team involves civilians that are coming in and being part of that budget team and how those funds are being allocated. And this is when we look at really current service level and how do we continue to provide the basic services that we're providing now. Anything else when we start talking about enhanced services or a gun violence team, your drug teams, other things like that, it requires one of two things. We either have to find that within our own budget, meaning taking people out of a current position that they're in and allocating them to a different position, or we have to try and find grant funding, outside enhanced funding, whether it be a levy or something else. And so
trying to find those funds is becoming at times inherently more difficult. Grant funding right now is extremely difficult. If those funds are federal funds are very difficult to get right now in the state of Oregon. And we're continuing to work through that challenge. Why the budget season this year is, how do we continue to provide the level of service that we're providing, looking at facing the cuts that we're facing from the federal and the state side. Now, on the state side, and I will say this on the budget on the state side, I would ask that you all get involved. I would ask that you all get educated on what the state is doing with money and how are they distributing that money. And I will use right now an example of community corrections. So community corrections for us, that is a part of my budget that is state funded, not funded by the general fund and the commissioners. That current service level is currently being cut. I am no longer able to either supervise the same number of folks, or what's worse to me is supervise them in the way that they need to be supervised because of the money that I am losing through the state. And so this is one where you all in this room, the legislature is an open building. You can sign up to give testimony on what the state is doing with funding and how they are doing that with funding. And it's a great opportunity for everyone to get involved, to say, hey, public safety is our priority, and we want to see these services provided at least this level, if not greater. But our voices can't be the only voices that are heard. And I see Kaylin sitting back here. They can't be the only voices. We need the community to also say, this is a priority to the community. And if you're happy with how services are being provided, that's just as good for me. If you're not happy and you want more, that's great. But if you're happy, just let them know that so that we can try and maintain those current service levels that are being cut. Sorry, Darwash, I jumped off.
Thank you.
I had
it's all right.
too good of an opportunity right there.
Well, thank you. So we are short a little bit on time, but I think there are a fundamental question that I've seen from our attendees here. Many community members, and sorry, Captain Lance, I don't know if you want to add something on the budget, but we'll start from another question, then you can have an input on it. The fundamental question is here that many community members, either immigrants, refugees, or underrepresented communities, they have fear from the law enforcement. And that is something that's, as a community member, as a community, I've seen it myself. People come to me and they don't engage the way that I would engage with a law enforcement officer. So there's a so the question is, so are there hesitants? What is the best practices have you seen to build lasting trust and make sure they engage more with the law enforcement?
Sure, thank you. I'll just briefly touch on budget. I'm certainly the least qualified to talk about budget up here, so you heard from the experts. I'll mention, though, that how important the budget is to the sheriffs, or the sheriff's role, that the budget is an annual. It's on a fiscal year. It's July. We're just a couple months past that. There is only a couple months in a 12-month calendar that the sheriffs are not worrying about or planning the next year's budget, which was it's always an eye-opening for me to understand that the reason why I'm sitting in for my Sheriff Nicole Morrissey O'Donnell today, is because she's in a budget meeting that she couldn't move or get out of. So budgets are very important on a very small scale. I deal with the budgets. The cities, our contract cities, are obviously much smaller than the counties, but they have the same thing. They're on the 3% constriction from the House bills based on property tax, and so we're on 10-year contracts with them, and as these contracts expire, they look to find alternate funding to pay for the services, because the service levels have risen with inflation faster than the property taxes can come up with it. So they're scrambling also to find levies and different ways and mechanisms to pay for things. So it is kind of a unilateral municipality, whether it's a municipality or a sheriff's office in Oregon, a problem that hopefully the legislator will solve one day. That being said, on to the second question. At the sheriff's office, we definitely have forward-facing interaction. Our website is in 5 or 6 different languages. It has FAQs on there. We're very intentional to say that we represent and work for we are in a sanctuary city within a sanctuary county within a sanctuary state. We want every member of our community to know that we're there to serve them. The most simple way of doing that is we engage with the community in a wide variety of ways, and we make sure that they know that as part of our sanctuary commitment, the rules and laws and the policies of the Sheriff's Office, they prohibit us from even asking about someone's immigration status, and we certainly don't work in concert with the federal agencies like that, such as ICE or other entities that work in immigration. That being said, on a personal level, as the captain of the investigations unit, I see every day how critically important it is that if a member of the community is apprehensive or outright scared, that those are victims a lot of times and witnesses a lot of times that are involved in, quite frankly, serious crimes or heinous crimes, and we need them to come forward. And the way that we do that is, like I said, it's our forward-facing model that we're in a sanctuary city within a sanctuary county, a sanctuary state, but we also meet people where they are. So even as the captain of the unit, I will call and say, I know you don't want to come to the police department, but I know that you were a victim of this or a witness of this, or I've heard that you were. What can we do? Where can we go? Where can we meet you to get your statement? We'll bring a video camera. We'll bring a video recorder. Can we go? We've done interviews in churches because that's where they were comfortable. We've gone to their apartment because that's where they were comfortable. Ultimately, people come to the police department and we have all of our stuff set up and we take statements there. But I just mean to say that it's equally important that everybody in our community feels safe. It's difficult to get the message out. We need everybody's help to get the message out. But we're a stronger community when everybody understands our role, and that also we absolutely value every member of our community, and our community is stronger when everybody knows that.
Thank you. So, kind of 2 parts to this. The first one that's very significant is, and I will clause this too and tell you, I hate social media, just so you all know. But social media, we've got to constantly combat social media. You have to have a communications team that is looking at the messages that are out there, and then we have to intentionally dispel rumors or misinformation that is being shared. Because right now there is a significant amount of misinformation that is being shared, and unfortunately, the byproduct of that misinformation is the fear that was what Darwash was talking about in our communities. And so when it comes to crime, and I know we all support this, crime is crime, and victims are victims. It doesn't matter who you are, where you came from. There is nothing that separates what a victim is. A victim is a victim. And what we find is some of the folks, if we are not reaching out to communities and meeting potential victims, and I know that sounds weird, but meeting folks that may later be a victim in life, but building a relationship with them before that happens, those are the folks sometimes that become a victim and then they're afraid to come forward. You've got to intentionally build those relationships in communities, and then right now, we are focused on strengthening those relationships. I've done a number of town halls, community meetings, other things lately that are solely focused on that topic. We are just simply going to talk about this. Nothing has actually changed in the state of Oregon. And I know that there is information out there. There is misinformation that is out there. But Oregon actually didn't change. Nothing in Oregon has changed. And so if you were going to make the phone call before, you need to make the phone call now. And the other aspect, and I'll give it to Sheriff Massey, that's really important, and it gets back to that hiring and recruitment. Sometimes you have to send the right person to the right community to sell that message. And I can't send the wrong person. They may be a very, very qualified police officer, but they are not somebody that's going to be able to build with, all the way back to our original conversation, rapport with that community.
I've got to find the right person to send into the community that I know can build rapport and I know can spread the message that the victims have not changed and we are here for anyone that is a victim of crime. And we have to reinforce that message.
Thank you. Before it goes to you, Sheriff Caprice, I want to add something around sanctuary law as well, because as mentioned, if any deputy violate a sanctuary law, what systems are in place, even if that's intentional or unintentional. So if you can touch on that, that would be great.
Can you say that again?
So the question is, what accountability systems are in place if deputies violate sanctuary law, sanctuary protection law, even unintentionally?
I want to make sure I understand the question. If one of our staff, one of our deputies were to intentionally or unintentionally violate sanctuary law?
Yeah.
Well, we, I believe, are committed and incredibly dedicated to being transparent and accountability. And by accountability, what I mean is that starts and ends with me. I am held accountable before every single person that serves from the Washington County Sheriff's Office. And so none of us are perfect. We all are working diligently to do the right thing, treat others the way they want to be treated, and do our best. And sometimes we still get it wrong. And when that happens, there's accountability. There's an expectation that I and we will stand tall and say, I got it wrong. I didn't realize I was violating someone's civil rights, or I didn't realize I broke a sanctuary law. And then we have to do better. And there has to be responsibility taken and accountability given. And so what I can say is I commit to you that that starts with me and translates to every single person that serves at the Washington County Sheriff's Office. And I know that we are all committed to that. Every single person in the Sheriff's Office, whether they're a patrol deputy, they're a detective, they work in our jail, they are a critical non-certified employee who works up in concealed handgun licensing or civil process, every single one of us. The most important part of our core values is that we uphold them for ourselves first.
Thank you.
I just want to jump on the end of that one real quick too. Just something to add. So we tend to single out and have this conversation about sanctuary laws. But I want you to look at it differently. I know all three of us up here and several in this room swore an oath to the Constitution of the State of Oregon and the Constitution of the United States of America. And what that means is we swore an oath to uphold all laws. All laws. And so what that comes down to, that if we talk about the human side of it, and one thing that becomes difficult sometimes simply as a person in public safety is cognitive dissonance. Because morally and ethically, you may look at a situation and say, you know what, I don't morally and ethically agree with this. But if there is a law that exists and is in place, all of our folks swore the same oath to the constitutions to uphold those laws. And so that is what we will continue to do. And I know that there is a lot of talk and a lot of, again, misinformation and misperception, but it comes down to that bottom line. If the law exists, we swore an oath to uphold that constitutional law unless there is a change in that law. And that is not something that gets to be negotiated or overwhelmed by the noise and everything else that you might hear. It doesn't change that we will be the ones that will follow that law. And then I agree with Sheriff Massey, because humans involve human error, things happen, but things don't necessarily happen intentionally. And those are the things that we need to step up, own, remedy, repair, fix. And if it is a systemic or there's some other issue that is causing it, we need to address that absolutely. But we go out every morning with the thought and the drive and the integrity that those constitutional laws are what we are there to protect.
Thank you. Imran is here and asking me the time. You are over time already. So with the last closing remarks, Captain Lance, if you could briefly, and then we can go down the line.
Sure. Just in closing, thanks for having me here. Like I said, I filled in for the sheriff on the sheriff's panel. It's a bit of a unique situation, but that being said, I love the Building Bridges platform. I've only been involved in it for 3 years. I know it's the 10th year anniversary, but I've got to be a part of it on the monthly meetings for about 3 years now, and this is just my second event. But we always look for ways to engage in the community. I look at this as just another way to engage in the community, and in a community that happens to be outside of ours, so in Washington County, just down the way from Multnomah County. But as we look ahead, I hope that we all remember that public safety is not just a responsibility, it's a shared commitment, and that shared commitment is built on trust and collaboration with the community. So again, events like this and others, this is what we look to do at the Multnomah County Sheriff's Office, is find ways that we can meet with people, collaborate, and foster and keep having trust in the community.
100%. I think that is a great answer. When people think about public safety, the first thing you think about is law enforcement. What I want you to do is shift that thinking, and when we talk about public safety, we are talking about the community, and I know Sheriff Massey hit on this earlier. But public safety involves the community. Spaces like this, opportunities to have conversations, opportunities to educate, opportunities to have open dialogue and fostering that communication, these are hugely beneficial. And I know we all in these 3 offices welcome these conversations because this is how we get stronger as a community. So I am absolutely honored to have been invited up here to be part of this conversation, especially because it does step outside of the community that I am in every day, and opportunities to hear other thoughts, hear other opinions on what that looks like. So kudos. This is an excellent forum, an excellent space, and I would encourage you just to keep doing this and keep those open lines of communication, because as I started out with, communication is absolutely key, internal and external. Thank you very much.
I will make these remarks brief because I'll get to have the opportunity to close our day together. But what I want everyone to leave with is just gratitude for our Marion County, Multnomah County representatives in Darvish for being willing to moderate this panel and giving us an opportunity to respond to your questions, your concerns, and have a conversation. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for dear panels. Before Sheriff Caprice have a close, today's discussion reminds us that public safety is not just about enforcing laws. It's about relationship, trust, and collaboration. Building bridges between law enforcement and the community requires commitment on all sides. In gathering like this, help us move forward together. As we leave, let's carry with the understanding that fairness, justice, and safety are built when we listen, collaborate, and hold one another accountable. Together, we can turn dialogues into meaningful conversations. Let's give a round of applause to our amazing.
All right, we're going to have Sheriff Massey close our event today, and also we're going to have an opportunity for you to participate with this microphone. I'll go around. If anyone has an action or an inspiration that you took away from today for the near or distant future, we would love to hear from you briefly. And so I'm going to hand it off to Sheriff Massey, and then I will be available in the audience for you to contribute as well, and we'll conclude from there. Take over here, and then I'm going to allow them to, if anybody has anything to say. Sure, you can sit up. Sure. There might not be. Does anybody want to participate?
Yeah. Why don't we take questions or? Yep. Let's do that first.
Sure. Go for it.
Hi, hello, everyone. Thank you for a great event. The Building Bridge is really exciting, especially someone who's been part of the MET community but wasn't familiar with this event. So it's great to see all the collaborations already in place, and I like to see the momentum building. It's truly inspiring to see.
Thank you. Give him a hand. That was great. Anyone else? Oh.
I just want to reiterate that statement. And then also, I got the impression that the biggest thing we need to do is listen to each other, listen to everyone, even those we disagree with. And I'm just going to add something. I was back in Washington, D.C., taking a flight. And with my cane, we had to change planes in Denver. I was talking with a woman who was sitting next to me who was Muslim. We compared notes. And when we landed in Denver, they turned the lights out. And I have a blue cane, and I couldn't find it. She stayed with us and made sure that we got to the next gate, which was 20 gates away. So I think that's one of the things, just not institutionally, but just as a community, we can find community anywhere. So that's just my thought.
Thank you so much. That's awesome. Anyone else?
I want to take an opportunity to just welcome anyone who wants to be on the planning team for year 11 to let us know, because if we ask you today, you're thinking all the things that happened and all the values that came into your heart, and this is the moment, so help us.
Thanks, Mary Pat. Thank you. Anyone else? All right. Going once, twice.
Bam.
All right, we'll hand it back to you.
All right. I'll do my best to be brief because our time is coming to a close. I do want to take this opportunity to express my gratitude to the Muslim Educational Trust, WAJD. Your entire team has been incredible and gracious yet again. And after a decade, you treat us like it's our first time coming in. And so for that, I want to tell you how much I appreciate you and your partnership. I want to take the opportunity to thank the founders of this Building Bridges of Understanding in our communities, because you had a vision a decade ago that has continued to provide value and partnership and collaboration and relationship with community members that we might not have had that history with. And each and every one of you knows that our relationships are like a bank account, right? You have to give those consistent deposits before you can make a withdrawal. And you all started that and have continued that for over the last 10 years, just in this space, knowing that you're all doing it in every space that you're in. And then finally, I want to thank my co-chair, Emron, and District Attorney Kevin Barton, everyone from the Building Bridges Summit planning team, and everyone who shows up month after month after month to challenge us and challenge each other to do better and to respond to the emerging needs of our community. And as we close this 10th year, I have one or two asks for each of you. Tonight, tomorrow, over the next 10 years, please continue to engage in dialogue. Commit to opening and ongoing communications between public safety and community-based organizations. Bring forward issues, share experiences, and strengthen the relationships throughout the year. Don't wait for this summit. Volunteer and collaborate. I ask you to actively participate in community initiatives and collaborative projects between public safety and community. We are our community, and our community is us. We have to highlight specific programs where our involvement could make a tangible difference. We need to seek opportunities to engage. An example of that is if you have a community-based organization, and give us an opportunity to come in and see how you practice the values that you shared with us today. Come with us. Take a tour through our jail. Come take a ride along with one of our deputies or one of our staff See how they practice the values that I shared with you today. If you're not in Washington County, check in with your local police department. Go tour their spaces. Go on those ride-alongs. Get to know the people that are serving in your community, and you'll have a resource when you have an issue. These actions can help sustain and grow the positive relationships that we started a decade ago to make sure that we get beyond, not just today, but into the next decade. Thank you all for coming here, sharing your valuable time with us, and letting us listen to you and helping us know better how we can serve you in the future. Be well and drive safe.
For everybody to fold chairs. So final thing, there was a request, if you can fold your chair against the table, that would be a great help. And hopefully you're able to say hi, bye, assalamu alaikum, khudafis to somebody on your way out and earn a new connection. Thank you again. Take care. We'll see you again soon.